Hey folks, welcome to session 9 of the Sophisticated Murder Hobos.
Woo!
Take a fate point for troubleshooting the AV.
I can bring a nice long pipe and a nice,
The long pipe.
I'll bring that coffee straw, actually. Thank you again for that. I still use that.
We can ask Jade for props.
Yeah, that we can.
Because I have a whole quarter of my basement of props.
And hydroponics.
And well, that's the other 3/4.
Right. So, before we get to the recap, last session, session 8, Leone received a task in secret from the Viceroy of Elthuria. She had been given information that there was another witch afoot that Leone was to track down and recruit. And he followed these leads, and it took him, let's see, let me get my map. My several maps.
Was it a 6-hour tour?
It was more than a 6-hour tour the way you guys travel.
Hey, Leon, I think the most of all of us is capable of expeditious travel. I think really we're like literally slowing him down most of the time.
Don't worry, you are. For sure.
I would say usually I don't slow you down, but I did this time.
We'll get to that, motherfucker.
Yeah.
oh boy.
You missed.
You missed it.
Oh, yes you did. Oh, jeez. Why can't I find my maps when I need them?
Do we need to borrow mine?
No.
While he's looking that up, I do have a question for you. Do you happen to have Shawnee's address? Okay.
All right. So you followed this rumor initially up to Cogrel, which is the village north of Surin, and you kept following rumors, and the rumor would change, and so you find your way up to Keppa and then back into Surin, and then you are finding your way to the south and the west, and the description of the witch changes, and you figure out that these rumors are not all about the same person, but the rumor that you are currently following is for a young lady, probably a very wealthy merchant's daughter, by the name of De Rhoda. And she is for sure a witch. She passes on pestilence. People get sick around her. She made a person bleed to death in less than an hour without actually cutting them.
And we're supposed to recruit her?
You're supposed to recruit her. You're off alone.
Ah! And I went all that distance?
You're not even done. You're still on the road. And your journey, and every now and then you pass a village, and someone either has or has not heard of this. You pass a village, and some people know her name and some people don't. And you get the feeling that some people are just like talking about like, oh yeah, I've heard of a witch around that, oh yeah, they do the worst things. So some of them you're able to be like, okay, this person is just like talking nonsense. But every now and then you hear about a Derota young woman,
Thank you.
very black hair, very youthful looking. Oh, wrong one. Strange girl. Very strange girl. And your current journey has you on the road to Keata. And it has been 77 days.
So that's from there to there.
And in fact, you have arrived in Keata. I had forgotten that you guys have gone all the way around and back.
So how do you spell Keata?
Keata. And I will give you a map.
You have a map of Keita?
Yeah, I drew it.
Awesome.
I drew it like a month ago because I thought you guys were going there, and then you got told to hunt down goblins and bring them to curb.
You know us. We find a way to find a different way.
That you do.
Not too big. Should be easy to kill everyone inside.
You get the gauge that there are between 15 and 20,000 people in and around Keata as regular residents.
Do you mind if I label this?
Go forth. It's
Label
right
it
there,
more.
And I'm currently looking for Dorota alone.
Yes.
And I'm to convince her to come join the Lady Valthyria?
Ultimately to go to the Prince's Sorceress Proving Grounds and join the Ministry of Magic as a student.
Okay, that's what I've been told. What would I know? Do I know any more than that? Other than what I would otherwise surmise from Pocket?
Give me a question that you think you know the answer to, and let's do a wise test or some other appropriate test.
Well, I wanted to talk to Pocket.
Well, you can wait like 2 weeks and she might show up.
But she won't, because Pocket is going to have her own adventure next session that accounts for where she was right now.
I'd imagine it's escorting her new entourage to safety. To Sanctuary.
Which new entourage? Oh, right.
That one.
That one.
I didn't want to call it a harem because I know that's not that relationship she's having, but...
It might turn that way. Who knows?
Well, you know...
I wouldn't put it past Pocket.
So, what I want to know is, or what I think is happening is the Ministry is making, or is trying to train war mages, and that they're somehow magically binding people to not be able to go against them.
Okay. And you think that, or you want to know that?
Is that what I basically like? That's what I think.
Okay. Do you want to know that?
With my current information. So yeah, I would like to make a roll to see if whether my character believes that or thinks something else.
Well, your character can believe whatever your character wants.
So this is basically a roll to
see
try and confirm your bias.
Mm-hmm.
Or to see if you need to dig deeper to get more supporting facts.
So this sounds like. I mean, you tell me if you disagree, but this seems like rare goods on the wisest scale, obstacle 5, because that's the inner workings of a ministry. Now, with your line of work, you might know it anyways, but that would be an OB5 wisest test, and if you have an appropriate wise or other knowledge-related skill, I would be entertained to know what it is. Otherwise, that's an OB10 perception test.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be making that.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to know that or not. Ever. Well, for now.
So,
I don't have the appropriate knowledge to know it.
Wonderful thing. Just because you fail the roll doesn't mean you don't know it.
Yeah.
It just means something else.
Yeah. It's okay. I'll try to find the lady, Dorota.
Okay. How are you going about this?
What was the rumor that brought me here?
That someone had heard of a witch that fled the war and lives in Kaeta now. And you can't miss her because she's very... Where did I put that? Did I put that right here? It's possible that it's right in front of me. It's also possible that I put that stack of sheets away that I actually need. Why would I do that?
Because you can.
You failed your perception test.
I failed my perception test.
No, he passed it. It's just alternate outcomes come with it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see.
You can't miss her because she sticks out pretty badly. She's a strange girl.
And how big is this place?
15 to 20,000 people. And just with the collection of rumors, she is the daughter of a wealthy merchant or something like that. She's well appointed, well dressed. Likes to be alone.
In that case, I will spend my time searching for a well-dressed individual who looks odd in the more secluded parts. Well, no, she would be outside the city if she wanted to be alone. Do I know what she does in town? Or is she just a daughter of a wealthy? Does she masquerade as a healer? Does she masquerade as something?
I would say give me some kind of test to know or know somebody that might know.
Sounds like a circles.
It could be a circles test, you might say.
Circles it is. And we're going to take our time.
You're going to take your time, and that will...
Does she have any reputations he can use?
Ah, interesting, interesting.
There's these fallen rumors that she seems pretty well known if everyone's talking about her. Just an idea.
The odd girl. I assume if she is extremely distinctive, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some would say that the rumor, being a rumor, would then be evidence.
Yeah.
It's just rodent traits? That would be annoying.
Are you looking for a specific trait?
Outsider.
Sounds like a dwarf trait.
Does.
Is that a life path or a plot trait?
I'm not sure.
Did you put all new tabs in your book? Because they seem very colorful this time around.
These ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember them being that colorful. Like,
They've always been this colorful.
oh,
The tabs I buy comes in, like,
those colors.
the 4 colors.
Someday I will
And
do more than my 2 tabs.
I almost lied to you and almost said that these aren't actually color coordinated, but they kind of are. All the life paths are orange.
Okay. I found it in the character burner. Okay. So, you could use her reputation. For being an odd girl, an outsider. 1 die.
Okay.
And I will say, you could make her more infamous, giving her outsider reputation more dice, but just bear in mind, you have more of an outsider to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is the implication there that he's spreading shitty rumors about her so people will find her for him?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
I believe you.
That smirk. Then that evil laugh.
The playful smile.
An innocent smile, just like
No, it's
South
not.
Sonic.
That is not a fucking innocent smile. I have seen that too many times, predating tragedy. On whose end?
I think you mean preceding.
Same thing. I may not words good, but I words passionately.
That word's good.
So, would you say this is a higher rank, a lower rank, or same station?
Probably a higher rank, unless you count yourself as a wealthy person.
No.
Okay.
And this is a specific occupation.
Well, let's see here. The Sweekles! So here's the thing. In this circles test, if you were to if you're, how do I put it? If you're structuring it such that you want to find Deroda, that implies, I was going to say that you, oh yeah, you're right. We're looking for someone that knows Deroda. So I guess either you're looking for someone that you know and they know Deroda, or you're directly rolling a circles test for Deroda. But we're looking for Deroda, so you can use her infamy, her infamous reputation. So I would say it's not uncommon for someone to be the daughter of a wealthy merchant or the daughter of someone of wealthy status. Or it's not rare. So you can say uncommon occupation, not a specific occupation.
Okay.
Versus you're looking for a goldsmith that does engraving on plate armor. That, I would say, that's a specific occupation kind of thing, who would also be wealthy. So that's a +2, and then Higher rank, station or class, that's another +2, so that brings it to 5. Disposition, knowledge common to the circle. No. I think this would be, given that you're looking for a witch, a specific disposition or detailed / rare knowledge. That's +3, so that brings it to 8. You're not in a rush, so it stays 8, and you can work carefully.
I will work carefully.
Yes. So, what is your total die pool based on? Your circles of 4?
Yes.
4 plus you can probably use your affiliation.
With the River Runners?
That you might have another affiliation. You can probably use another affiliate, your River Runner affiliation.
It is along river. Along a river.
It is along a river.
It's slightly lost in the printing quality, but such is life.
Yep.
You can talk the docs.
Yeah, if I wanted to find the... I mean, yeah, that would get me in with the... Wharf Folk, okay.
Yep. And then
What about
you
her
can,
reputation?
you can use her
I have
reputation.
that, yeah.
Yep.
And then
Okay.
working carefully.
Working carefully. So how many total dice is that?
7.
For an OB8.
Yes!
Not bad odds. Not bad odds at all.
But we have Morgan's dice.
You have fate points in a dream.
We have Morgan's dice.
Points in a tree.
Hey, you're 3/8 of the way there.
Got a 6. It's a start.
It's not bad.
6 so far?
We'll open it up. No, we have A6.
Oh. How many total successes?
3.
Oh.
He's 3/8 of the way there.
4 successes.
You roll a traitor.
Is that a persona or
Fate.
a fate?
Once it's open, you can spend fate to reroll 1 traitor.
Yeah.
Then we can get to the persona adding dice.
5.
Hey. Alright, let's add a die.
It's so close to 6, but it's not.
You only added 1 die so far.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That is 6.
Well, I meant it
8?
looks like a 6 on the die
Oh, okay.
from far away. Then you pull it in, I know it's a 5.
This is it.
What's your last
Oh,
persona?
God.
This is your last persona?
Yeah. That's it. 7.
7 out of... Ooh, man.
Oh.
So,
He might have one more persona.
I don't.
Because last week, if he gets the same stuff that we
yeah,
got,
you get 2 and 1, but did you already use 3 persona?
No, I only used 2.
What is it?
6!
Okay, which is open.
It's a traitor anyway. Fuck you.
that got you there though.
Shouldn't have trusted him. There we go. Okay.
Alright, so, on a margin that thin, because normally you meet the person, then you exchange a service, and that's all it is. But because this is something particular for the plot, I'll say the complication is it takes you an undetermined amount of time, quite a while, but take 77 practice days otherwise, and that will catch you up from the last session. Because let's say you chase that rumor around for 50 days until you, well, no, it'd be
Get trouble.
probably 55 days, maybe even 60, between the loops that you did and then coming back through Surin and going out to Keita. Because I said it was 45 days to Keita?
Yeah.
Or did I say it was 90?
It was
Ooh.
90 just going on the road without orc diversions.
From Surin to Kaeta?
Yep, because I had 3 months of practice time, and then I got a bonus month because of, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been 4 fucking months, so she's probably thinking we're dead.
Okay, let's see here. So,
She probably thinks we're dead.
regardless, for the sake of simplicity, when you are rejoined by your coincidental group, because that's all we operate on, coincidence, not fate, certainly not.
And not friendship.
No, not that either, certainly. You are in Kaeta and you have made this contact, and we will leave it there while one of you two catches us up from last session.
I'm gonna let him be the storyteller. Because this is,
Need to go through like a warm-up exercise or
Oh,
something?
I'm done. I have centered myself. Dream small.
dream small.
Last time, after successfully negotiating a peace/alliance/cohabitation between goblins and the rulership of Surin, we had Pocket, Aerith, and Crag left to their own devices. One of those devices
Oh yeah, I forgot about the first part of that.
was replacing Crag's spear. And we set about this in a triumvirate of different methods simultaneously. Ultimately, we all scavenged. Crag was scavenging for a new weapon. Pocket was assisting in scavenging to get rocks to give to the goblins. I was scavenging for scrap to melt down into a new spear for him. But great success. We found the obliterated body of a knight with a perfectly preserved mega spear that is now Crag's. Said body was also in the midst of 3 perfectly good, once workshops, now piles of rubble, which inspired us to consider a permanent home for our motley little gang.
Like any player home of any game,
Yeah.
there's a bang bed and every conceivable workbench all right next to each other.
Yeah. Well, there will be. You know, once we get started on it. Right now, it's just a bathtub. It's Crag's bathtub. We added curtains to his dismay.
Because he wasn't using curtains.
No, he was glad to give everyone
A show.
the flowered cucumber look. You good?
Yes.
We briefly had negotiations with the Dame Adorea, and promising her that I would send Leone along eventually with flowers to set them up on a date. We also discussed the legality of claiming land, and she's like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want, but you know, we're gonna tax you. And I'm like, man, I hate taxes, but whatever. But I then had to explain taxes to both of my compatriots.
Craig still didn't understand.
And Craig still doesn't understand. And Craig does not understand we only want the 3 lots.
But he claimed 6.
And the more he claims, we're going to let him try to pay for and suffer the repercussions
I
of.
just kept claiming stuff because I could.
Yeah, he's been going around putting, like, basically just sticks in the ground with little signs. Mine. Mine.
And then I did add names to him eventually, except for one.
Mine plus
Just
Aerith.
Yeah.
Mine plus Leon.
And
Mine
then there's
plus Flapjack.
some spikes with skulls on them.
Yep.
with candles inside of them.
Yep.
Yep. Very stylish, I hear. In the east from here.
All right.
After that,
Yeah.
before we could. Pocket did visit the. I forget her name. I can probably look it up right here.
Corliet.
Corliet, and through persuasion, has gotten Corliet herself to start devising an architectural plan for at least one of our future home/workshops. After that, the Viceroy of Elthuria summoned us and was like, "Hey, sorry, not sorry. We've got a new job for you. You're not getting paid. And refusal is like heresy to the crown or whatever. But we just need you to run a little errand down to Keda and let me check my exact notes. Find the House of Veriadran, the legal rulers of Surin that ran away, and murder every single one of them. And we get a bonus if we kill the rulership of Keita.
As well.
Yippee!
And then...
After getting horses and a new cart from the quartermaster, because Leon wasn't fucking there, and he was kind of our taxi guy, and his absence really made us reconsider how much we exploit him in our relationship. We went on a fun little trip down the road. We got sidetracked by orc raids once, twice, and thrice before Crag finally just dug his foot down and said, "Fuck you, take me to your leader." And they did that. And he just walked right up to the leader and skewered his head with a Herculean throw of a javelin right in front of his family of 10. And now...
One shot, one kill. And now...
Now he is the Doregas, the great one of this tribe, with 400 orcs under his command. He has changed tradition
Exactly what
by
I expected.
by not murdering the previous great one's wives and children, and it has instead
property. In this culture, they're property.
Well, sometimes you gotta distinguish that type of property.
Generally, you don't say you're going to murder property.
Not for them greenskins.
Well, I'm not talking about them greenskins. I'm talking to an invisible fucking audience and a voice in my head. Really, I'm just noting down in my wax tablet journal.
Crag did not murder the property formerly known as wife and children.
Wives and children. And has instead graciously gifted them to his sword ally, Pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know what sort of circus hoops he's been jumping around through, but they got through the idea that they'll take one of their human slaves and use them as a spy in Keita, but they needed incentive for that human slave to not betray us, so they're going to keep his family hostage. Oh no, but the family is sick, and so that's how I got roped into this fucking mess.
Which, by the way, you guys had decided to split the party because you were like, I don't want to fucking deal with all the orcs. I'm going to go on ahead to Keita.
Yeah. But they're like, oh, they're sick. They're like little babies. And they're like, oh, they need your help. I'm like, fine. So I went and I cured them, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now we're in the kind of plan. Well, we're waiting for the one person to get healthy enough.
He'll be fine. Why don't we just go to Keita?
And so, now it is sorting day, the 6th day of the week, in the first week of Barank, which is the 6th month of the year. The year is 797 on the human calendar. On the goblin calendar, which orcs usually use, it's the early in the 9th moon cycle, year 3117. And for the elves, it is the 66th day of summer. So right in the middle of summer.
66th.
18,034. It's a whole new year for you.
Yeah. Do we
My
have New Year celebrations?
my javelin throw,
Normally, yeah.
I used 2 fate, 3 persona.
Instead of no.
I had like 9
There's
successes.
none of your kind that can truly understand good food.
Didn't even give him a chance.
No.
You know, I tried making Crag a salad, and he gave it to the fucking horse. These people don't appreciate food.
Horse ate it.
So what was the last I heard of my companions? Before I went off on this quest to find the witch?
The last you heard of them, they were digging in ruins and taking public baths. In
Sounds
Suba.
about right.
I don't mean that there was a public bath. I mean, they took a bath in public.
Yeah, so I don't know they're coming too.
Now,
So what am I doing here?
you're looking for Deroda. In Kata.
I thought she was somewhere else. Oh no, yeah, she's in Kent. Okay. Onward! Had a moment there.
What are you guys doing?
Okay, Crag, like 2 orders of business. First off, we're setting the slaves free, right?
We'll see.
That is better than a no. Okay, second, what are we gonna do with all these fucking orcs?
We fight.
Who?
We have a city to burn. We got orders to level city, yes?
No! No! No!
Right?
Yes? No!
That is not anywhere close to the orders we had. Okay. We were told.
Burn houses to ground.
No. The Great One, Valthuria, has tasked us with killing one specific family. And we get a bonus if we kill the Great Ones of Keita.
Oh, you think I can challenge that one like I did this one?
Possibly, but I'm not sure that their traditions will align with yours, so there might be miscommunication.
Well, then we just burn them to the ground.
Okay, I don't think...
Do we have catapults here?
The ones that you build.
You have
400 people to build catapult. That goes quick.
398 orcs, 100 of which are for sure fightable, and the rest are kind of on the fence. Keita has like thousands more. You're not going to win a straight fight. You're to be...
That's why we create spy, yes?
So...
No?
No.
I'm confused.
You usually are, Crag.
I no longer have to
remember...
protect the other guys, so...
From what I remember of Pocket telling me, we were going to use your new orc subordinates as like a distraction on the Keita security. Like make a little raiding band, and they'll go and pretend to attack the gate and then run away and draw away all the knights and bad guys. And that gives us an opening to sneak in and run amok. And probably people won't notice if a house burns down.
I thought Pocket poisoned them.
Pocket's not here to poison them, and we're on a time limit. You know, I'm
So
not
we
getting
ready for
any
war?
younger. No.
Time limit.
I suppose this does bring this up. Where were you when we ended last session physically? I think.
Pretty sure when we ended, I was dealing with patients.
Yeah, you were still in that camp.
Yeah.
So, where you're going is going to affect what Pocket is going to do right now.
We cannot go full war, big and loud.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do smaller and loud. You know, just a couple of us fighting a few guys instead of getting your whole new tribe slaughtered.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
Glory.
So,
Good.
yeah. We can get glory without the big fight. We do a tiny fight.
So I leave someone in charge.
So, you leave a lieutenant here to
Number 1.
make sure things go fine here. Organize a raiding party who can prod the defenses of Keta and distract them while...
How far are they from here?
How far is who?
Kata.
2 months.
That's a long ways to raid.
Well, they can set up a camp closer and then run around in circles. It's not like they're going to be in one spot forever. But once they've done enough or get tired, they can just leave and come back here. Job done. And that gives us plenty of window to sneak in and do our business of killing the one family and possibly knowing that you'll want to killing the great ones of Keta.
Jack, for reference, did I just walk into Keita?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So what about sick one you heal?
Was that your spy?
Yeah,
Dude, that guy's not going to make it through winter.
that's his problem.
He's not going to be a great spy. And we kind of...
It wasn't about him being spy. He'd be healthy enough to force family member that is healthy to go do the right thing and come back for him.
I don't think we really need a spy.
You think I can walk in that town and look around?
That's the point of the distraction. We got you a disguise.
I forgot I was
Right.
the only human in this party.
We got you a very... I made that disguise for you. It's very
Orcs are
convincing.
attacking.
Did I wear disguise yet? No,
Did you wear it yet?
I don't think so.
Nope.
Okay, well, you tried it on once,
Wait, they got you a disguise?
you burped,
I guess
and took it off, and I assumed that meant you liked it.
so. Mm-hmm.
I put a lot of effort into making that for you.
Clothes are weird.
Yeah, well, this will make you look like a
Green.
human that they don't want to see, and they'll stay away from you and me. And that's how we get in sneakily. And go around sneakily.
So do I bring orcs with to distract them?
Yeah.
How many? 300? 100?
Let's just go for this.
For what?
Tactics?
Tactics.
Because I have that skill.
Well, that's why you have people to do it for you.
So you would know how many orcs it would take for a threat to a city that is 20,000 deep.
Yep.
Civilians, at least.
I don't want to bring too many orcs. But there's a great chance that we might not bring even enough. Okay, well, it's a contested skill, but... whatever. 30. 30 orcs.
And what do orcs get out of this?
Aren't you guys just in it for the fun of murder?
No.
What?
Not always. Maybe I am.
Well, I think what they get out of it is they don't make you angry. You can promise to throw them a great celebratory feast at the end.
I'd like to eat.
Feast on humans.
Not humans, we'll find some, like, a dozen pigs or
Well, they
something.
like to eat humans too.
They do.
I'm not gonna cook a human!
Ooh, Leon sounds good right now.
You can't kill Leon, we need him.
I no longer have to protect him, so he can be eaten now.
I'm leaving. I'm gonna get in my cart, leave the horse out of the forest, and just go to Keita.
Did I just
Okay.
hear that you have a cart?
I got a cart. It is smaller than yours. It's more like, kind of like a
I might get cart envy.
deluxe wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Enough to haul supplies, basically.
Yeah.
Horse.
Enough for like a child to ride in, but not really a full person comfortably.
I
They
leave
don't
someone.
make wagons that small. It like, unless you're having it custom made, which you didn't. It was just like a farm cart for hauling cargo.
Yeah.
But not like a merchant travels on the road, lives in it on the road kind of cart.
How
Yeah.
about
It's a
we leave orcs here? We go do what we need to do, and if we need, figure out what we need, then we get them, if need be.
Okay.
It'd take more time, but I don't need parties coming after them either
Okay.
when we're not prepared.
Very considerate of you. I'm kind of proud.
I go take a bath.
Okay,
Before we-
bathe, and then let's go.
We off. I will leave number 1 in charge.
Okay.
Number 2, make sure everybody eats and prospers
Okay.
in how they do.
Yes. Okay. So you're leaving your Garadai in charge.
Number 1,
Okay.
the one that's really scared of me.
Okay.
Because he's seen what directly seen.
I will posit that both of our bets were wrong, and we've gotten through the intro in less than an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. So Crag leaves the first Garadai in
Number 1.
Number 1.
That's his name.
Yep. In charge of the Doragos while
We had,
Well, Aerith and Crag.
well, number 2 makes sure things move forward with feeding, raiding parties as they do.
there was a number 2.
Yep.
Okay.
There was a number 2.
Well, I don't remember that one. Okay.
To be fair, I think you just grab any random orc and say, "You're number 2."
No, because number 1 pointed out who he was.
That's right.
So he's under number 1. But he was... So while number 1's kind of in charge here, number 2's kind of taking his duties over, per se. Because they were the ones out doing some raids, getting stuff, food, hunting party, whatever. That was the intention.
Okay. I don't have any notes about a number 2, but it doesn't matter. Okay, there's a number 2. Got it. While second Garadai oversees logistics.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. And then you two are going to Keita now.
Mhm.
Yes.
And that means Pocket is taking these orcs, these other orcs, back to Surin.
Okay.
Logistics, that's the skill I wanted.
Because she had, I forget, what, 8 women and 10 children? Or
Yep.
See? 6 plots. Wait, we may need more than 6. That's 8. That's 18 people.
You know, I'm sure we can get a nice country farmstead with a lot of room and outside of Zurich, where we can build the house as big as we want and put as many people as we want inside it.
But Lady said that she would make it good for us on the tax thing if we succeed on both.
She's not going to eliminate the taxes. She might give us slightly less taxes, or might give us a little bit of money. But
We'll put Leon in bed with what's her name and no taxes.
Sleep your way to the top, guys.
I know that was a very Crag thing to say, but you might actually be onto something.
Maybe
We need
that
to make a-
Welcome to episode 48. Leon becomes a dandy.
Do we need to make a travel roll, or are we letting the last one slide?
Well,
Depends, do you have a nightmare about horrible weather?
I haven't made a weather roll in a while.
do you want to make a weather roll?
I shouldn't.
Okay.
I shouldn't.
Okay. You sure?
It could be dark and stormy, and that would be to our advantage. With no moonlight. Yes. And we do travel at night.
Yes.
You do.
Approximate time is obstacle 4. So it's gonna be kind of a pretty cloudy summer. These 2 months it takes us to get down there. So at least semi-regular cloud coverage, making it on average darker, thus easier to travel inconspicuously.
Okay. That's an OB4 perception.
Yes. I don't think I can do this patiently.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
I think it will not rain. The weather rock is too dry.
I got 8 dice and a dream.
I can give you
Morgan
perception
dice.
to help if you need.
I don't think he can help. Like, it is a perception chest, but it's like,
No.
yeah, it's a trait.
It's your knees that ache.
Yeah.
I can help you.
I know you can help that. That's not helping with perception though.
Crack. I can make you re-roll that if
I think
it's
it
not
would
good.
hinder
Whoa!
perception.
That you can.
How does it feel now?
Doesn't mean it hits you.
Do you actually?
Do you need to re-roll that?
If I don't, I fail.
I crack a whip. What kind of quest is that?
Do you seriously do?
Yeah.
It's worse!
Let me just make note of this. Tries to sense the weather to make the rest of travel easier.
Gets put into slavery.
Fails.
It wouldn't be the first time at this party.
Tastes the lash for the first time in what is to be a long and storied relationship.
You're supposed to roll better.
And is forced to re-roll Fails again.
Fails worse.
Worse.
That's important. Fails worse, and it's Crag's fault.
Okay. 3 out of 8. 3 out of
2 out of 8.
2 out of 4.
2 out of 4. That's right. Thank you for catching me.
Initially it was 3 or 4. Well, so it's the tail end of summer, and
By the time we get over there, you could have a few whip marks.
Locusts.
the way summers are is that the end of summer tends to be hotter. So there's a drought. It's a cloudless sky for weeks. It bakes in the day. Your horses are having a hard time. They're going slowly. So where it was supposed to take you 2 months, it takes you more like 2.5, because the horses are listless. The grass dries up, so it's harder for them to graze. The stream beds are drier from the drought, so it's harder to find water for them and you. Crag's skin itches because it's harder for him to bathe.
Suck.
Okay.
Did I get a big hat part of my disguise?
Yeah.
Aerith causes a drought.
You can't put that all on me. Crag assisted.
I assisted.
It sounds like Crag gave you a chance to redeem yourself,
it's
but you did not
Drought.
use.
I took the chance, but with his guidance,
He wasn't ready for the whip.
He wasn't ready for that.
You're a bad sub or you're a bad dom. One of those.
Both.
Okay.
you know, it's our first time doing BDSM.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute, I do have breeder as well, so
No.
That's what you said about the whip last time. You were more emphatic with no to the whip.
This is because I have already turned down the breeding multiple times. And this is the first time I've heard about the whip.
To the horses.
However, now we've both used traits to take the story in interesting directions.
Yeah, both of you take a fate point.
You're welcome. I am up to 7, and I need every single one.
Thanks.
I'm so happy to be here.
Excuse me. So,
Alright, your native language begins the same as your will exponent.
Okay.
We figured that out last time. I've been meaning to ask because we can level up our languages and those might provide helper dice to tests.
depending.
Okay, so what do they open at?
The same as your will exponent was.
I thought you said that was your native language.
So your native language, you know, the one you start with is, you know, I start with English.
Yeah.
Me. So, I assume you haven't upgraded will this campaign yet.
Oh, so your native starts at your will,
Yeah.
and then when you unlock, it's half your will.
When you
Yeah.
open a new language.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or, actually, let's see, languages might be based on perception.
I think they are.
They might be. They probably are.
Yeah. Yeah, perception.
Tamark is a language?
Huh?
Tamark?
Yeah, to mark. That's the
Okay.
language.
Would
You find that there's a lot of, since you're here in Keita, you find that there's a lot of Tamark speakers in Keita. A lot of them. Predominantly a Tamark and a Clendid.
I'm gonna put my Clendon at a 3.
Okay.
Because it would have opened at a 2, but I've been speaking it since the game began at least.
That's fine.
So, and they're Mar and Clendon, you know,
Mhm.
we're here. My Tamark opened at a 2 though, so.
So,
On the road again.
75 days later, you have the city of Keita in your sights. Take 75 days of practice. Take 75 days of practice.
Oh boy.
I think I've already reserved it.
So,
Because that's not addition, that was because we accounted for some of that last session, but we got stopped, did we not? So it's in
that is all this session. That is
Oh,
your 75 days to get from where you were to Keita.
is that the extra 15 in that? Okay.
Ish. So, hitch our horses somewhere outside of town. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
at a safe distance where the guards aren't like, are those lepers dismounting and coming straight for us? You know. And then sneak in the main gate. Put on your disguise right now.
Are you going in during the day or the night?
Let's do evening. There's going to be guards either way. It's less conspicuous if we go in before curfew.
Kafoo. What's a kafoo?
The alternative is we have to sneak past some guards or go over the wall.
We can get past guards.
Non-violently. The sooner we cause a ruckus, the less time we have to do what we need to do.
Okay. Cause ruckus. Got it.
Oh.
Craig, you have sense of humor.
Preemptively knocking on wood.
Okay. So, you're trying to go in the main gate.
Mm-hmm.
The east-facing main gate, since you're coming from the east. Oh yeah, I should probably look at a map of it too.
It's kind of got more of a northern gate, but it's kind of northeastern.
And I guess I should probably pass the map around.
I think you meant the gate down there. Otherwise, why would there be a road?
So if you could pass
You mean
one,
that gate or that gate?
you could pass one down to Crag,
Pass that
and
down,
do you want one of your
Pass it
own?
down to
Or?
Crag!
right? Ian, do you want a bonus map?
No, it's okay.
Because
We kind of share.
okay,
We do.
that's fine. You guys tell me which gate you want to go in, and you tell me when you want to go in it.
We're coming from
The docks one is probably
Because actually, if
Better.
you note, the road coming from the north is the one that says to Surin.
Yep.
So,
How far is the crossroads to the main gate there?
a few miles. So you'll go, assuming you stay on the road, you'll go through the crossroads and into Little Markia. And through the north gate. If you want, you can go down the road to the east and to the village of Tamanus, and then go in through the docks gate. Or you can go west to Dermy, and go through the Ragen gate.
What's the little place? Is that like the slums?
Little Markia. So,
Not so healthy area of town? Because then that would make sense for you coming from there.
it kind of depends. I would love to give you an answer, except it's a place that you've never been, so you don't know.
Okay, it's a wise roll.
Sure. Give me a Kaeta-wise roll.
However, I don't have that, so I'm rolling perception.
I understand that.
And I think since we're discussing this on the way, I can probably do this carefully.
Sure, and if anyone wants to, if you want to help him,
Help.
because he's rolling perception.
I'll help.
What's your perception at?
A 4.
Oh.
So you get 1. But
Let's set the obstacle.
What do you want to know?
Is Little Markia a slums or a nice neighborhood?
Okay, so that sounds like interesting fact.
Which would be obstacle 2 made
So-
it 4.
Yep.
Great success.
Wow, that's a really good roll. It doesn't matter.
3, 4, 8 successes.
8 successes. Good job.
Where were you
Looks like
earlier?
a slum.
So you have a successful. Crag has a successful OB4 perception test, which is hard to get.
which would be a difficult test for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is enough to move me to 5.
Congratulations. Huzzah.
Learning
helped.
perception is so hard.
Yeah,
I helped.
you helped.
You helped.
I
You
get an
helped.
imaginary
I
face.
see.
You helped too.
I see more.
So, you are finding
Eyes
that
up here, buddy.
Breeding time?
Proceed. Sorry, did I completely ruin it?
I'm stopping myself from saying something.
This party.
Big boy Billy's breeding bananas.
I was thinking something more along the lines of, do all elves only have one breeding hole, or are you just special? So anyways, what you find is that the further south you go, more cities on this side of the mountains have a slum called Little Markia. Surin used to have Little Markia before it was burned to the ground.
Was Markia a major settlement that got destroyed in the war?
So Markia is a kingdom to the north of Gersh, where ethnic Marins come from, predominantly. And the further north you go in the Gershan lands, there's more of a mix of Marins. So when you were in Wyval, it's a pretty even mix between Marins and Eklendans because it's pretty much in the middle of Gersh. Halfway between Markia and Eklenda.
That's actually a really interesting factoid. It's a nice world building.
Thank you. So, Little Markia is probably a slum. Probably with the highest concentration of ethnic Marins.
So, good news and bad news. You're correct. Little Markia is probably a slum.
Mm-hmm.
But also, they might have a lot of more bad history with orcs. So if we're caught out, we gotta be really careful not to get caught out. Because I don't want to partake in a lynching.
Mm-hmm.
So be sneaky. Hey, I made you an outfit. You can do it.
I wear an outfit.
Yeah.
Big spear, bigger shield. Not stand out. Okay.
We could probably disguise the shield as just cargo he's looking on his back. Just drape a tarp over it.
Okay.
There you go. Are you trying to look up like a disguise skill I need to roll?
There is a specific OB for trying to disguise yourself as some other race.
You know you're right, there is.
Specifically, it even goes into detail on which race to which race.
Yep.
Not demonology, over here.
It could be demonology.
And bear in mind, this isn't your disguise roll. It's his.
Disguise roll.
And you can help.
But I have orchestrated the disguise.
That's your help. He's got to act the part.
I see.
I mean, I can dress my dog up like Elvis all day long, but...
Good news. It's perception or agility.
Perception. Agility better.
Okay. Better news, I can help you.
Okay. Maybe it should be strength.
So...
Maybe it should be strength. Yeah.
Is that the human/orc that you mean that it's like which race to which race?
Between those three.
Yeah.
So, if it was an orc trying to look like an elf, it would be an obstacle 7.
Okay. Human orc.
Yeah, disguise stock. Man to orc. OB2.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll say...
So I think it's...
We'll say that it's fine for that to be, I think, an OB2 either way.
Because I think it's like both ways, because I don't see like a different individual entry for each.
Yeah, I don't see another one where it says orc man.
Yeah.
So...
No, exactly, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's two-way.
Yeah, so
Okay.
up to for either perception or agility, and do you have the disguise skill?
I don't.
So you can help. Are you also trying to disguise yourself to look like a human?
Yes.
That's OB4.
That is an OB4.
Okay. But I have a fork for that, so I'll do that later. Crag first. Take 2 helper dice.
So I need a...
Any the spider. 10.
4?
You just need 4.
Any to spider. I'm sorry.
And
What do you mean 10? You just glue on some sticks. It's easy.
well, the obvious forks would be acting and theatrics, but somehow I just don't get that feel from Crag.
I act all day long.
But what you could do is you could fork one of your human languages in.
Marian ones?
You could fork in Marin. And this is kind of one of those, like... I mean, it could go in any number of ways. If you're trying to appear to be a Marin.
Sure.
Just bear in mind, Marins are short. And you're not. On the other hand, if that's what you were trying to do, you could,
Wow. I mean,
do we have
it's
a
2.
lot? Do we have a lot of ones or just a few?
Just a few. But
3 ones. This is
3
a
ones.
few.
But I rolled a lot of dice. Less than half. So I can open that 6.
Oh yeah, you need 4 successes, don't you?
Yep.
That wasn't it. I can re-roll a traitor.
Mm-hmm. How close is he?
That didn't help.
Playing the prison break. An orc and an elf were found at the gate today. God damn it.
This is like the 3rd time I have been broken out of prison in one of our campaigns.
Okay, it took 3 persona.
There's literally no other pair
But
that
I
I
have
would
it.
think.
Okay, did that go into perception or agility? I'm just wondering.
Agility.
Okay. Because you're trying to turn agility heroic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But also agility better.
Agility better. I don't know if I would have made that if I used the other.
Okay.
Yes.
How's yours going to go? Because you have...
So,
a
elf
needed-
human is on the skill obstacle 4. And so I have an obstacle 8.
I help
Wait,
you.
hold
Would
on.
you like
Elf
to do?
human is what?
Yeah.
Elf to man. Oh. So what's OB7? Orc to elf. Oh, okay.
I help
Yeah.
with a dice of 1.
How are you helping?
He's
He made a disguise for
distracting.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How are you helping him?
He's distracting from
I'm
him.
distracting. He can hide behind me. I'm big.
So he perhaps
It's an oddly tall Marn.
finds the way to get into the role. You know, finds a great way to hunch over to disguise better as a deformed Marin.
Maybe I walk with a limp.
Okay.
Drag 1 foot.
So his existing fated success has bestowed him with an inspiration to provide acting pointers.
He helps because he helps.
Yeah.
So, him being... helping because he's helping doesn't really...
I literally
This is not-
explained it in a roundabout way.
This is not an inspiration point giving game.
I never said inspiration point, I said literal inspiration from succeeding in the acting part. So he's like, I figured it out, why can't you? Think about it like this.
I can see you hiding behind him.
I'll hide behind him.
It becomes darker then, right, in the evening because I create big shadow. Harder to see.
Literally disappearing in the shadow.
Hide in the shadow.
I mean, he can help with his 2 agility dice.
How many agility do you have?
I have a 6 agility.
Okay. Well, that's 2 dice.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
You got this.
I'm agile.
Or you could just be your elf self. What could go wrong?
I do this patiently because we've been orchestrating this disguise
You
for...
of course can. And elves can do it double patient.
That's what I'll do.
You of course can.
Fork. Hair coloring charm. I went out of my way to make sure I don't have gleaming purple hair.
But can you do this patiently? Because you're not making a disguise.
I made my own disguise. So we're disguising both of us as lepers.
Yes.
I'm not just going in like, hey, I'm an elf and goth. That means I'm human. No.
I mean, but you can't work patiently on pretending to be someone
Well-
else. Does that make sense?
He's working patiently on the disguise.
Working
Yeah.
patiently on the social part of it, no. But actually crafting it to be convincing, like,
I'm good with the patient working.
yeah.
Okay.
What's the OB on this?
8.
I dropped a die.
If it's good, it's good. And if it's bad, you can re-roll it.
It was a 4 on the ground.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It's pretty nice.
Morgan did not touch these dice.
I looked at them though.
1, 2,
Your scornful,
three.
baleful glare has no effect upon my miraculous abilities.
To use a fate die.
To use a fate point to open those 6s. That's open.
Alright.
8 successes.
You guys have disguised yourselves as lepers and get yourselves a lot of suspicious glances, and everyone kind of like parts around you, but every now and then you'll see a guard or some kind of constable and they will point a pointy thing at you to get you to keep off to the side of the
I'll start
streets.
coughing.
Then they kind of lengthen it a bit more and keep you further away from the rest of the crowd. Where are your horses during this?
I think we hitched them a couple miles out of town.
Okay.
Probably found a nice creek.
In Crossroads? There's stables in Crossroads?
Yes, but you're kind of in a bind now because no stables is going to want to take the horses of lepers because they'll give the other horses leprosy.
I think
And
you
then
just
give the other people that own those horses leprosy.
Wait, what?
find like a little baby body of water and hitch them there. That way they can hydrate when the drought ends.
I'll post a sign. Mine. These are claimed.
And they can eat the grass there when the drought ends. And they'll be fine.
You post a sign,
Mine.
a small pond, so they
Nice.
can drink and graze.
Ooh, water.
Pretzel will enjoy their small pond.
Uh-huh.
Do I have
Okay.
time for bath before we disguise and go?
Literally, no.
You worked patiently.
Literally, yes.
Yes.
So you take a bath while you finish your disguise.
An itchy-
Your bath is done. There you go. Okay, you're disguised. You're through. Do you want to be... Where do you want to go? You want to go in the crossroads? You want to go into Little Markia? You want to go...
We're going through Little Markia to get into Big Keita.
You're in... So you want to go inside the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, you're inside the wall. Now what? You... Keita seems like what Surin could have been before the war. It's bustling with activity, even in the evening. You hear the doors open and close of taverns that are full of people that are happy with food and drink. You hear some workshops still going at it as the sun is setting. Lights are coming up around town. The walls themselves are not as high as Surin. There are maybe 20-foot walls on the exterior. You see the citadel as soon as you come in, because you have a view of one of the corners of the wall of the citadel with a turret. That, like, as you come in the gate, you can see straight down the avenue.
I was about to say that.
We gotta take out that big place?
No. Just be inside it. Maybe. If we feel like it.
We feel like it.
But aside from that, there are large and small streets that go in any direction. There are open and closed businesses. There are people in streets, and there are streets that are quiet. So, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
We need to figure out where the hell House Variadrin is.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
Sounds like you go ask someone in a bar.
Sounds like a circles test.
Sounds like a circles test in the context that you are both disguised as lepers.
To eavesdrop and gather rumors around the city.
That sounds more like a perception test.
I have 3 circles and like a million perception. I'll take what I can get.
Okay.
Help with the perception.
And he can help with the perception.
Can help with the perception.
How many perceptions do you have?
Vibes.
That's enough for 2s.
Before you roll, I
I'm
would
just
like
piling
to check
this.
something.
Here it comes.
That's right, here it comes.
Yes.
Yeah. The Morgan moment.
Probably not a good time for pickle.
Not a good time for what?
A pickle.
What have I got myself into?
I laugh.
Just how's my life come to this?
So,
We're gonna send spy. That was human.
You want to know where House Variadran is within the city and all of its members.
They're rich merchant people, yeah. Where's people buy things from that?
So
And then we track people around.
I am going to set this OB at a perception 5.
I can make it work. I don't think I can fork in much. No, I'm just gonna go for it. Hey, we are 4/5 of the way there, and we have 2 6s. And a fate point.
And fate point.
5.
Oh, I should have set it at 6. So, initially, you are frustrated because the bulk of the conversation that you listen to is in Tamark. And I think you don't know that language.
That is not one of the 4 languages I know.
But you do manage to catch enough conversation in a Clenda, in a Clendan, that how to say, you get the feeling, oh jeez, I should start that sentence over. You catch enough in a Clendan that you get the general impression that House Variadran and all of its members are special guests and under the protection of the rulers of Keita, and they're staying in the Citadel.
Well, that makes our job easier because...
And it takes you several days to find that, and along the way, we'll say that takes 3 days to find that. You are overhearing a particular conversation when you happen to catch an eye, and you cannot believe what you see.
A breeder?
We cannot breed
Pretty
Leone.
close. You see Leon.
Coin master.
5th. Continue to walk.
Coin master Leon.
Before obvious, maybe. I'll throw a pickle at him.
Do I run?
Do not pickle projectiles.
Does I hear my name? Or do I slowly turn around?
Both.
I use power to throw pickle at Leon.
No! Don't pickle Leon!
That's 4.
You're throwing a pickle at him.
Yeah, it's like,
You are smacked with a large, green, wet object that bounces and wiggles as it rebounds off of you.
Can I try to perceive the 2 lepers in front of
Crag.
me?
You can't just pickle people.
he can be pickled.
Sure.
Crag.
I will just
So,
say
I mean, he does say Crag.
It's an OB2 for you to see through that disguise, and an OB4 for you to see through this disguise.
I see through the Crag
And
disguise.
it's versus, I think, observation. It's double if you're using perception.
He doesn't recognize me. Recognizes me.
I recognizes him.
The pickle was a giveaway.
It was a good giveaway.
And me shouting Crag.
And him shouting Crag, yes. Oh. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Looking for a witch.
Which who? Which person are you looking for?
The witch.
There's a witch?
There's plenty of witches
Do I
apparently.
understand what a witch is? From my culture.
So
Or am I thinking it's just a word?
you would have seen it firsthand at the battle where you were defeated, where the humans cheated with their elf masters that gave them magics,
Which is not good.
and the witches came from further away from the mountains, and they used their fire magics.
Only witch is a dead witch.
Is that a belief?
It could be. But it's not.
I thought you knew I was going out for a witch.
No, the Viceroy Authority
Why are you
didn't tell
going
us
for
very much.
sandwiches all the way out here?
Would they not have been informed?
It was none of our business, so...
A separate task.
And we were just told you were on a separate task. I thought you were, like, doing supply runs.
Is witch like a big thing?
So the
Oh, we should have kept that. I didn't know if
What
it
do
was.
you need a switch for?
Yeah, I'm looking for a switch.
You can
Well-
call, if you want to use a code term, go for it. The witch would be the vernacular that everyone would call any magic user of any type, because they're all bad and it's all witchcraft. This is a very superstitious lot, and as far as recorded history goes, the last magic users of any repute were 800 years ago. And so, have there been trials for witchcraft? Sure, but most of the time it's been like jealous spouses and bad business deals and stuff like that, and people just get tried for witchcraft and hanged or burnt or beheaded or whatever. And so the prince had been trying to get away from using the term witch because he's trying to put a good face on all this, so they are crown sorcerers of the crown.
Yeah. In that case, I will just say that I'm trying to track down someone for Lady of Othuria. What? Why are you both here? And
Well,
lepers.
Wait a minute, how many people are around us?
we were sent...
Where do you guys... I'm assuming you would be discreetly having this conversation.
After the pickle throwing, we would have moved into an alley. Yes.
Yeah.
As is customary after a pickle throw.
This is
Yeah.
customary. Yes.
I keep eyeing that pickle though. Like I might have to.
Hey, 5-year rule. It's
fine.
pickled.
It's pickled.
It's pickled.
We were deployed by Her Grace on a clandestine and monstrous mission to
Burn down the big house.
kill all of House Bariatran and, as a bonus, do away with the rulership of Keita.
And they own the big house.
They're all in the big house.
All of them.
That's what she said.
It's a little
That's what
rash.
she said.
That's what I said. Also, is this seems a little rash and extreme, and I'm not sure we're capable of it. But
Now, I understand the heads of the household. That would leave the families in turmoil, and
They
But-
don't want claim to throne.
wiping out the entire household.
that's what I thought.
No claim.
Are we the bad guys?
Are we the baddies?
I am not a bat.
Not a bat.
Not a bat.
Scree.
You're right.
Scree.
And so you came here, you two,
Mm-hmm.
to kill the entirety of House Fairdran
And
Mm-hmm.
and the leadership of Keita.
Well, I wasn't planning on going that far. I was going to let Crag get impassioned and go on my way.
So you expect Crag to kill everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at that face. Has he ever let you down?
Can we start now? There's a guy over there. I'll start
No,
with him.
no, not that guy. Look, he has a family.
And?
A family that we don't want to murder.
Why?
Because they haven't done anything to us.
And?
And because nobody told us to do anything to them.
I mean, it could be food.
Have we thought more maybe along the lines of poisoning?
Craig
Poison
did, yes.
is a great idea.
That Crag did have that idea. Too bad your best poisoner
Who found tons of poison stuff.
had to go on another task.
Hey, I have
She has a harem now. Or harem?
2.5 skills
I don't know.
that could fork into poisoning. And I'm pretty sure it might be a perception skill.
You could do any number of things. Any number of ways that you
At
could
the bare
gain access
minimum-
to poison.
I can give them really bad diarrhea.
That's a start.
It's probably poison.
Leon, we need wines to bring him a bad wine delivery.
I know.
Full of bad berries. So they drink it all. They all die. And then we mop up the little ones. I'll mop up the little ones. It's just lunch. More tender.
Right. So there's also the problem of access.
How are we gonna get into the keep?
We're delivery personnel of wines. Yes. Foods. They gotta eat.
How are you going to pass yourselves off as delivery people if you're passing yourselves off as lepers currently?
Well, I think
That's a Leon thing.
Deliver lepers.
that is a
Delivery.
restructure.
Leprosy.
I believe that is involved restructuring of our disguises.
We get cart. We call it deleprosy.
So
We borrow a cart full of goods.
No one else will touch your food. We guarantee it.
But
We
do
can-
we really want to do this?
Yes. No taxes.
You're talking about killing dozens of people
And?
who are
I'm not talking about eating them.
living here.
What? You're living here?
They're living here.
I don't have a choice.
What do you mean?
Fine.
You're telling me, or you're saying in the
In
conversation?
the conversation.
Okay.
I will get you the supplies. You can do what you must.
is this the point where we defect from Her Grace Valthuria?
I cannot.
Is that loyalty, or are you bound in some way to her?
Yes. And no. Wait. No. Wait. Say that again.
Crag hurt brain.
Are you just being nice to Valthuria?
No.
Are you bound to her?
Yes.
Magically?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Well, I don't really understand it.
That's okay, you say that a lot.
Your sandwich might know more.
Your sandwich?
So who's this person you're looking for? Maybe we help you.
Just a
You help us a tiny
Did
bit.
we not know? You did tell us she was a or no?
no, just someone that Valthuria had been looking for.
Well, never mind then. I guess I don't say the sandwich would know more, because if I didn't know she was a witch.
I mean, you can say sandwich just in the context that you want to eat everybody you see.
I mean, human, cow, it's all meat. It cooks well.
It fit between bread. It's
Elf never tried human? I mean,
No,
You sure?
No.
do you know elven history?
Yes, actually, that was my entire job for the last 400 years.
You're like, yes, I do. I've written it all down.
400 years?
Well, not 400 years. I'm only 398 years old.
Yeah, but that probably happened 2 years prior to that. So you might have to check your further history books.
You see what I have to deal with? I don't know who I'm talking to.
Makes logical sense.
I'm trying to talk through the fourth wall.
Very
You
basic.
see who I have to deal with? History.
Why do you want them to live?
Have elves eaten people? No.
No. An interesting fact. No.
No.
Why does Leon want them to live?
Make it a habit of not killing people on a daily basis.
The more problems we can
Have
solve...
you killed anybody yesterday?
Nope.
Have you killed anybody yet today?
Nope.
Then it's not daily.
I mean, you're not wrong. Okay.
Fake point.
The more things we can solve without killing and murdering, the better. Because ultimately in all this, we want more people alive in the end.
Well, it sounds like you've been sent here for a very clear task.
I have...
Murder.
I know.
And mayhem.
And mayhem. But fuck me. No.
I will use my breeder trait at some point.
So, why don't...
You're the great one of the Doragos. You can do whatever you want.
Line them up.
Why don't we go get some rooms?
Great plan. Excellent idea. Wonderful.
Why don't I go get some rooms?
Wonderful plan.
Great idea.
Can I just restructure my disguise to be a normal human?
So... Maybe... No. You guys are disguised as lepers. So... I'm... See...
With a roll?
With a roll, sure. Yeah.
This will be kind of an overnight thing, so I don't think I'd do it patiently.
But just bear in mind, like, no inn is gonna let you guys in as lepers.
That's a point.
Which is so I'm assuming you're doing the restructuring before you go in the inn.
So Leon's gonna get a couple rooms or one.
Maybe
he
Leon
can
knows
sort out
of
his
a
own
house
thing.
that's not being used, and we just borrow it for a night or two.
Craig is
I have been here for some
You
time.
have been here for
And
some time, so
more interesting ideas.
Where have I been staying for this time?
construct for me some kind of test that you would have been squatting in some abandoned house or something, if that's what you were wanting to do.
It depends on how much funds I have available to me, and as I'm not getting a stipend from the Viceroy because I was just sent here. When did I last get paid? We haven't really been paid, have we?
We've never been paid by the Viceroy.
We can settle that. That's fine. We can settle that when you get back. Beard knots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, give me a...
It's like hair knots, but for your face.
Congratulations.
You gotta brush it out
And use a little beard oil
after
to keep it safe.
after the shower.
It's
Just
supple.
brush it
This
out.
is like felt over here. I'm working on being able to hide a pen inside here.
That aside, I
Right
think-
through here, you might get clothes, right through the chops.
I don't know if I'd be hiding in an abandoned house. Because I would need to keep up appearances.
You know, it's poking out. What you
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm showing it over here.
I can't tell from here.
Well, you disguise from him.
Yeah, I just need to get it a little more.
You need a bit more Amish. Then you'll get there.
Here you go.
That being said, I would say that
You don't want it back?
yeah.
Oh, quick draw. There we go. Oh, do you want me to retest?
I will harm you.
Well, let me drink my potion first.
This is mine. Yeah. If you drink the healing potion before getting harmed, does it still take effect? No.
Different potion.
Ah, potion of heroism.
Potion of Game Master Berserk. Ah! Why would you throw it out?
Do you want it?
I'll take it, sure. I mean, good grief. Waste. Anyways, so, you're restructuring your disguises, I'm assuming.
Mine.
Yours. What do you want to do?
Unless
I was going to say, I could find an abandoned building when I'm looking for...
Right. You do have your wagon here, too.
Yeah, so I would be at an inn in that case. So
Maybe
they could
I'm
stay,
the cart puller of the deliveries.
Yeah, you're the big ogre we don't
they
talk
could
about.
get in.
Not a ogre.
No, because there'd be someone in the stables.
You're the big
Rhetorical
ogre.
Ogres.
So when
will
I
die.
go out looking for,
They will die. All ogres will die.
I guess we could find them in an abandoned building, right?
So we can also just hide him in the cart. Like,
No, you too, sir! You look like a leper!
abandoned building, and then after the fact we can just hide him in the cart.
I don't have spots on me. I don't know what this disguise really is, so...
He's been very difficult.
It's like clothing, basically. You're just hiding
Yeah, that's why I
everything.
say I don't have spots on me.
Just
Just leather.
Captain Rags.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, you're
Captain Rags.
Captain Rags.
Nice pencil.
Thank you.
It's very oily.
Freshly coated in skin and beard oil. Right on.
So I think that would be my thing tonight. Would be trying to find, or trying to be a, I don't know. If I've been here for long enough, I might know of a warehouse.
Okay.
Can I roll a...
There's a
I
house
don't
right
have a
there. We can just
streetwise.
use that one.
That one has a family in it. Look, there's a person looking out the window.
I can take care of that.
We can't just kill everybody that we see.
I thought
You're really cramping my style. Man.
Your style or his?
I'm imagining what he might be thinking.
You're in cahoots. Both of yous. You want the murder, he brings the murder, I gotta stop him from doing the murder.
I mean, we'd at least have supper then.
I'm not cooking a human.
Oh, I can cook this one.
He's a human.
Yeah, but I can eat him now.
You realize that you can't. It's not in the interest of the crown for you to eat an agent of the crown.
I don't have to protect him anymore. I got a new assignment from someone higher up.
That you do.
So, in the interest of the crown, Craig not hungry, he fight better.
Craig gone hungry, he fight better.
Just gonna orchestrate like a bag of like force feed that we can put around Crag's face. So he can never talk about being hungry because he's always got food in his face.
Well, I have a pickle. You want a pickle?
I don't want a pickle.
Turkey leg.
No. No.
Pickled turkey leg?
No. What? Get out of here.
Don't start crying. No cry. Not good look.
Want to leave this place?
I'm so tired of murder.
I haven't murdered anybody.
But you making it very clear that there's no way I'm ending my journey without significant bloodshed. If not by me, then by an associate, and therefore, by association, I have shed blood.
You just close your eyes, and when the open stuff has happened, and you have no idea.
When I close my eyes, my imagination runs wild, and I
Just think of
hear
puppies.
worse things than are actually happening.
So,
Speaking of that, have you been griefing?
We don't have grief.
Oh, okay.
so
Oh,
are you
I
going to
think
make a
so.
roll or something?
What do you want me to make a roll for?
What are you trying to do?
Could just take the wagon out and stuff him in it.
Don't need a roll for that.
That works.
Okay. You can sleep in the wagon.
By our other horses.
Hmm?
But then we got to get back in every time. Every time we cross through,
No, his wagon.
we risk
We'll just-
of guards. Yes.
Hide you under the box.
Crag does bring up a point that your two horses are unguarded.
Can you go get our horses?
One of them's a very
Big
impressive looking one, too.
He's big.
We got him a big horse.
Not tonight. Dark.
They'll be fine. It's been like a...
We'll lead you to him. Wait. Yeah. I
It's
know where they
been...
are.
It's only been 3 days. They can handle one more.
Is there orcs around here? Because orcs might eat them.
I can think of one.
I can think of one.
I'm not going to eat my horse.
Okay.
If you lead me out there, you need to come back in.
Yes.
It's going to be more strict at night.
But if we go in your wagon anyways,
Then they're going to search the wagon.
at night,
Did
leaving,
they search my wagon on the way in?
Let's see, you've been here for a while. You actually don't remember.
Okay, we find house I stay in. You two go get horses, so they're safe. We can get out of here, and then we continue with plan 2, whatever's.
Great plan.
So you find a house?
Empty house. Without having to murder the people in it.
Okay. I kind of like the idea of a streetwise test.
Yeah, that sounds like a perception roll.
I mean, we can just go door to door and knock, and if no one answers, it's empty, right?
Just because they're out getting groceries doesn't mean the house is empty.
Well, if we go in and there's stuff in there, then we know, right?
Is that going to matter to you?
What do you mean?
So, acting like you belong here? Because that's basically, I'm going to find a house that's abandoned and use it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Obstacle 4 streetwise.
What's the stat for streetwise?
Perception.
You want to lead or
Do,
want me to lead and you
do.
help?
I can
help.
lead.
You can help.
I can help.
Do you have streetwise?
Nope.
None of you do. I actually thought you did.
I thought I did too. I need it. It was something I probably would have practiced by now. Black market wise. But no, just perception over here.
Well, if you do perception, I can give you 2 dice.
All right then.
Was it?
Are you assisting as well?
I will assist.
And since your perception is 5, you can help with 2 dice as well.
This will be a challenging
Oh.
test if successful.
Yeah, having stats and skills above 5 is great.
5 or above is yeah.
Then the sweet spot is getting 1 to 7 for the double fort.
We need 8. Oh,
We're halfway there.
Do you need to roll
living
better?
our prayer.
I can make you roll better.
that was a 5.
That was a 5.
I believe you.
All right, we're
How
gonna
many
use
sixes
a
do you have?
fate. We could add a die.
You can roll a trader first if you want. For another fade.
Yep.
Oh, I can't add a die. I can only. Yeah, you're right. I can reroll a trader. 7 it is.
So you don't find a house that's abandoned, but you do find a house with people that won't care if you're there.
Lepers.
Lepers, you guessed it. You do find a leper house.
I'm not staying in that.
I'm not staying in that.
Why? Do I know what leprosy is?
You're super sick and you'll die.
Let's see. So I want to say it's an actual game trait. Yeah, it's a character trait, leprosy.
I do not want this trait. It would tarnish my perfect skin. So we're going outside the city then?
Oh, I did not know that leprosy was curable.
Mm-hmm. Nowadays it is.
Nowadays it is. Nice.
That is cool to know.
That's cool to know.
Penicillin?
Is that all?
I believe so. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's penicillin.
Wow, we've come a long way.
There's some rotten oranges.
Anyways, you do catch a glimpse of some of the people living in this leper house, and they just have these, let's see, images.
I think it's pretty raw skin and pustules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute, maybe they would help us. Leprosy person to leprosy
We
person.
cannot do a leper rebellion.
No, but they can. They know the city, yes. They know how to move about it and get what they need, yes.
Theoretically. If you want to deal with them, I can't stop you.
No, you said they're sick.
Is that going to stop you?
No, that might. That's gross. Can you not heal them? Like you did the other person? Oh, promises of healings for information we needs.
Hypothetically. What's the obstacle to cure leprosy?
Penicillin.
It's oranges. Rotten oranges.
Moldy bread.
So I can fork in foraging and herbalism, you say? Is rotting an orange cooking?
It's medicines.
Well, I don't have a medicine skill yet.
I don't know if it's actually penicillin, though, but I believe it is.
Sounds right. Like, it sounds like I've heard that before. Therefore, it must be correct.
3 drugs: dapsone, rifampicin, and clofazimine.
Well, one of them had ison in
It's
it.
a multi-drug therapy. Duration of the treatment is 6 months and 12 months for different types of cases. PB and MB, whatever that means.
Probably two
Kills the
different strains.
pathogen, cures the patient, diagnosis, prompt treatment, prevent disabilities. World Health Organization is providing the multi-drug therapy free of cost.
Nice.
Very nice of them. Right on. Prevention. No, anyways. What's all this to tell you what the obstacle is? Oh, good God. Yeah. Oh, that's a foot. Okay, sweet.
Make me laugh, it hurts.
So, I'm gonna say that we can treat this like a severe wound. So, you can insta-heal it at an OB8 for your sorcery, or an OB3 for a gradual. But it will take 3 months of them to rest for it to actually go away.
I'm doing hypothetical.
This is a test roll.
A hypothetical for me. I'm gathering dice to see how I feel.
You can work patiently.
Worst thing happens is you fail.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
And the patient dies. And the patient explodes in a leprosy nuke that infects the entire city.
Leprosy nuke.
No. Actually, yeah, that is the worst, yeah. I was going to say you get infected, but yeah, leprosy nuke.
Well, I mean, in that scenario, I am also in the city.
A leper nuke?
Yeah. Well, it's 8 dice and it'd be open. So, for forks, I have foraging and herbalism to gather, like, plans for treatments.
So you would have to be able to leave the city for that. And you have not yet restructured your disguise.
We're stuck in the city, boys. You are stuck as a human.
I can't get out, I'm going crazy.
I can get you out the wall. They're only 20 foot high.
No throwing the alpha.
Toss me. Toss me.
It wouldn't be that far of a toss. I mean, on top of my shoulders, I mean, it'd be only like a 5 foot toss up.
So not
You just
foraging.
had to choose lepers, didn't you?
It was Pocket's idea. It was Pocket's idea.
Was not mine.
It was Pocket's idea. Persuasion, it was Pocket's idea.
Do I
Back
believe
me
the
up.
elf?
Persuasion.
3, it was Pocket's idea.
So what's your will?
6.
You don't get the impression that Aerith is lying, but this is still not passing the common sense test of like, yeah, but you kind of should have seen some obstacles
Where's
in
Pocket?
this.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did she leave? Where's Pocket?
Pocket is with her wives and kids. Plural. 8 wives,
Do I know what this means?
10 kids.
Do I know what that actually? Do I know what that means?
Probably you were with us, so maybe not.
What?
She has 8 wives
How?
So,
and 10 kids.
When?
okay, hold on. I need to back up a little bit.
How long did it take us to travel here?
So Crag is now the leader of an orc tribe.
What?
He slew the Great One in single combat, I hear, and therefore inherited his family. He did not want that 8 wives and 10 kids,
Pocket
so he gave them
begged
to
me not
Pocket.
to kill them in tradition,
Yeah.
so I turned them over to Pocket as her property. Wives, and those wives had 10 kids. So now Pocket has 8 wives and 10 kids.
It's been a busy 3 months.
And I have 400 people underneath me now.
Well, now it's about 380.
380. Until I get back to breeding. Do you need to breed?
No.
I mean, there's your type there to breed.
I'm taking as slaves.
I don't know. I didn't take them.
Not foraging, because that requires access to outside the city.
Right.
Um,
And if you're going to say herbalism, that requires you to have herbs that you haven't gathered, which would require you to have
However-
access outside the city.
I do have a trait.
What's your trait?
Always restock on herbs and spices.
You mean an instinct?
Instinct, that's right. Same thing.
Okay. Fine. You win. Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, don't give me that, man. And then... Last time you suggested like fork and cooking to like prepare the spices.
I'm good with it.
We're curing lepers.
If they are willing to help us.
We're curing lepers.
Are you curing them before the bargain or after?
I'm curing them regardless of the bargain.
Okay. Altruism for the win. Go.
There's 8?
To insta-cure them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you said?
Yep.
Well, we are half of the way there.
I can make you roll that again.
With 1/6 that is already open.
You can make him roll that again.
I haven't seen this yet.
You want to see how this works?
So we are half of the way there.
I will let him have the choice.
I'm never gonna choose the whip.
Do you?
I get out a black whip.
I'm never gonna choose the whip. There's no way you can convince me to use the whip.
How close are you?
Half the way there. 4 out of 8.
He gets the whip.
Do you want the whips?
No!
No.
No!
No.
Before you burn all your other stuff?
What was that? I heard that the great one doesn't care.
I don't. That was enough to trigger it.
Somehow,
It'll be worse.
this ended up a little bit better.
See?
So, that 6 is open. And
The whip works.
That 6 is
also
open
a
too.
6.
Where there's a whip, there's
There's
a way.
How
that
traumatized are we gonna get him though? That's the thing. Like, it's gonna be
It's
a
already
trait
happened.
coming soon.
That's 8. That's 8. Okay, line up one at a time.
Trauma bonded,
Yep.
I believe is the.
Okay, you're fine. Next guy.
Okay, and you.
What is
It takes
when
you several days, but you.
I imagine I have at least more than one patient and less than 1 million, so it's at least a few days.
It
Okay.
takes you several days, but you work through like 12 lepers that no longer have leprosy.
What do they call it when you become no like you come what's the term I want? When you're in being abused or you're captive and then all of a sudden you become friendly to them.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
When does that set in for you?
I'm not getting Orkholm syndrome.
Yeah. Do you like the whip?
His proclivities and interests in private are his.
I mean, I'm just.
Stop whipping me!
You look to enjoy it, though.
I squealed in pain. That is the opposite of joy.
Pain. I don't know that it actually ever hits anybody, though. Does it? It doesn't really.
In sympathetic pain, anticipating the real pain, I trick myself into feeling pain anyways.
Okay.
It's a psychological thing. You wouldn't understand it. It took me 40 years to research. Our elven colleges, they are not the quickest. Yeah.
40 years old.
What's this talent that you have?
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
It's a trait.
It's a trait.
And then you can also create the tasting the lash trait if enough people accept it, or one person accepted enough.
Yep.
Yep. Although I don't.
Under normal traits?
Yeah, so where there's a whip, there's a way is on page 354.
Mm-hmm.
And tasting the lash is,
I think it's just a character trait, but still.
yeah, it's not, its description basically is a reword. It is a die trait, but it's a...
Oh.
It's basically just the recipient version of where there's a whip, there's a way. And it's on page...
The effect is automatic so
Page
long as the
49.
player is bellowing and flailing around like he has a whip in his hand. And his character actually has a whip.
Yep. As he has done.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Crag.
What are friends for?
Got this.
You are giving him a taste of fine foods, extravagant cuisine, and he is giving
Do
you a
orcs
taste
enjoy
of the
this?
lash.
Yes.
Okay, however, I need to put a curb on it because it's to re-roll a failed test once per session. So we've done that twice, so no more for this session.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when we look things up, then we know. Ah, well, anyways.
Leon hasn't had a whip yet, though, this session.
That's true. So they all start off saying no. But then they don't quite do enough, and they're like, Master, help me work harder. I need your discipline. Anyways. So, it takes you several days, but under Crag's helpful supervision, there's 12 people, and they are incredibly grateful.
You are the great healer.
They are. It's still a 2-die reputation, but it now applies to Kanta that you have cured leprosy.
Sounds like we're one major city away from it becoming 3 days.
Yep. Perhaps if you went outside of Gersh.
Ah. Or perform such a feat that word of it begins spreading beyond Gersh. But
There's a leprosy doctor. That might spread.
So, now that you have these 12 people that...
Well, and what we did over 7 days?
several days.
Several?
Several days.
5.5.
So sleeping arrangements while you guys are lepers.
We'll say 3 days. Okay. Leon tries to find abandoned house, finds instead leper house,
Not the cat.
not the cat.
Leopards.
Oh. Aerith cures 12 lepers
Leprosy.
with Crag's help.
Spotted.
Spotted. That's where the spotted came from? Yeah.
Spotted leopard. Oh boy. Okay, right on. So,
I would probably smuggle Crag out of the city, or try to, if my wagon was not otherwise accosted too much to get the other horses.
sounds like you need to convince the guards to not search the wagon for Crag. How are you doing that?
Tell them you're getting a leper out of town.
And then getting a leper in town.
We'll worry about getting back in town later. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, that's valid. It's
I will just point out that when you come back in, they will ask you, "Where's the leper?" Or they will search again, and if there's a leper still in the back of your wagon, they'll be like, "Why would you take the leper out of the town just to bring it back?"
So may I posit something? Disguised as a leper, Crag was just able to walk into town. I think we don't need to necessarily snake him out. You can just go and
Yeah.
he'll go separately, then you bring him on the road and find the horses and come back. And walk in the gate separately.
They didn't like getting coughed by.
Hmm?
Guards cough. They didn't like. They started looking at me. I started coughing. They shooed me by pretty quickly. They didn't want to get coughed on.
I would meet Crag outside of town. He could show me where the horses are.
Okay, so we're going to rely on Crag's disguise, still holding, and the guards giving him a wide breadth. Okay, that works. All right, so Crag leaves, then Leon leaves and meets Crag, and between... I need an orienteering test from Crag to find the horses.
And that falls under perception?
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say... That's going to be a... I'll give that an OB2.
I have a chance.
So it's an OB4.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I have a chance. I will open that single 6.
Oh boy.
So given you're looking for the horses together, there's no way you can help?
With what?
Orienteering, survival. I don't know what skills you have too. He's orienteering with perception. You can just add perception. But you don't want to.
I mean, yes, you can have a die for my perception.
Not that one.
Got it. With the die from his perception.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess you get to keep your wagon because that was the complication that was going to come.
Oh boy. I don't have any survival skills.
All right.
Successful. Perception.
I found my horse pretzel.
All right. So you're able to get the horses and get them back into town. That's fine. And meet back at the leper house.
So yeah, you guys, is it cool if we just stay here? Leper 5?
Of course. You're our savior, of course.
Awesome.
What? Anything, yes.
I think my friends might have more
I will not be staying here.
elaborate favors to ask of you, but I'm glad you're doing well. I think they wanted your help spying on the city. Because you guys have been here and you know where everything is.
They? Who's... What are you talking about?
Remember the big guy that was whipping my ass the other day?
Yeah. He hit you really hard. Are you okay?
I'll be fine. It's the scars on the inside that hurt the most. You know?
Indeed. Yeah. So... yeah, what do you... How can we help?
Well, council. What do we want these guys to do?
We need place to... Do they come out? Is there a place we can get them? Is there a way to get stuff in to get them?
So we need to know any ways into the keep, I guess. Is what...
Unseen?
discreetly into the keep, is what my friend Delegates is asking.
Or intercept their deliveries that go
Intercept their deliveries.
into the keep?
Yeah, what he said.
Okay. So... after 30 minutes of chatting, 30 minutes of troubleshooting the cameras, and 2.5 hours of gaming, I am now about to make my first roll.
Yay!
So, you want to know if there's a way to get into the keep discreetly.
Yeah.
Or the Citadel in general.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
And they can help each other.
I know. But...
It's like the underground from John Wick.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this is rare goods.
So what's the Oxford on that? Like
5.
5?
For a wise that don't have.
Noble keep wise.
City-wise?
It's beyond just city-wise, I think.
Infiltration-wise?
It may as well be city-wise, but...
They start with 2 and 1, right?
NPCs don't use Artha like that.
Oh,
No.
They haven't had the whip yet.
So they've got 5 on a 10.
well, they're halfway there.
Let's see. What would that spit out? They don't know how to get into the city, into the Citadel, but they've heard about somebody that might.
Go on.
It's
Not there.
It's a group of people. They're not good folk, but they might know something like that.
The group of ne'er-do-wells that know how to infiltrate a citadel.
They might know.
The...
They're called the Cad Rang.
Oh.
Are any of us familiar with that name?
If Jade was here, she'd probably say
I
something.
think we're not even. Well, you would tell us.
That's
anyway.
actually a name that Jade would not know.
Oh. Can you spell that?
KAD-RANG. Cad Rang.
Perhaps we could hire them.
Do any of these 12 know how to get into contact with the Cad Rang?
So in other words, you want to make a circles test and have them help you.
Great idea.
Hang
And
on a
by
second.
that I mean, Leon, can you find this Cad Rang?
Weren't you looking for something? Maybe they know that
Yeah,
person
maybe they'll
too.
know where the person is that
I
you...
mean, I was looking. Oh. Daedra?
De Rhoda.
The Rhoda.
Yeah, maybe they can help you out.
You don't happen to have seen any odd young ladies, merchants? New to the city in the past 3 weeks? Or take
4 months.
4 or 4 months?
Under the chair?
No, there's like fucking 4 of them. There's one right under you.
That's it.
Yeah. Let's see, so... Yeah, missing 3.
There's one.
Missing 2. Got 1.
Is it near your folder?
Maybe. There it is.
Yep.
Right, you are. You're clever.
Is this a good time to call like a bathroom break?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes.
And oh right, you were asking if they knew any of those people.
I'm gonna go run. So, I'm gonna go run and check my print, but you were asking about my other printer if you want to see it. It's up to you. It's in my
I think
office.
they were asking about your
Oh.
other printer. I was
Was
just like,
Oh. Yeah, I got a new printer. The third one. Because one's not enough. Or 2.
Of course not. We find ourselves in a foreign city trying to kill everyone.
again.
Upward, my lord.
Total.
That was a good tally.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't. Unless we remodel the whole kitchen, which we'll see.
Yeah, a 3D printer is a future purchase of mine, which with each project I start becomes a more and more future thing.
Yeah. Well, I just got. So, I have my real big FDM printer, I'm actually thinking about getting rid of it. I use it, but it's a lot more, because of its size, it's a lot more finicky.
I can understand that.
To level the bed. So I use my smaller one 20 times more. And so I don't even know if I'm going to keep my big one, in all honesty, because I haven't found my small one so much easier, and so far there's like been one thing that I've used my big one for. My small one could have done everything. It has done everything. And in all honesty, I could have printed the turtle even on my small one, which would have been a lot easier.
No?
You know, because it comes in parts, right? It would all fit.
It's just chunks.
Yep. And
it looks like one of those could fit on some of the smaller printers I've seen.
Yep. And it's just easier for bed leveling. That's the challenge, right?
Well, the larger thing you need to level, the harder it's going to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I don't even have any idea where I would put a printer right now. I've got like one chunk of free space right up in my room, but that's now reserved because I'm going to start collecting vinyl.
You starting what?
I'm going to start collecting vinyl and get a record player.
Vinyl?
Yeah.
Vinyl?
I've never heard it pronounced out loud.
Vinyl?
Vinyl? I'm going to start collecting vinyl.
So my new one doesn't take up a very big footprint.
Some of the ones I've seen can get like really tight.
Yeah, so if you take one of this shelf here, because I have this on my office, and you lay it down, like what the TV's on.
Yeah, like one of these couches.
Yeah, so the TV's laying like just like the one underneath the TV's laying just like the one in my office.
That's really the size of shelf I'm gonna get for the.
So my new printer literally takes up. It sticks up. It's a little long. It sticks out the end a little bit, but it literally takes up like one cubby worth of space on top, and then it has a multicolor print add-on to it, which you don't have to get.
It's pretty small.
And it takes up about 2 cubbies worth of room on top of that. It's pretty small.
Well, I have about 4 free cubbies. I'm getting the 2x4 just basically for the height, because I kind of want the records a little bit displayed, and just due to the nature of the layout of my space, like the bottom shelves are not going to be seen.
Yeah. So yeah, I just have mine right on top there, just like, and it fits.
Well, maybe I'll talk to you about what model to get when the time comes.
Yep. I'll definitely help you in the right direction.
This will be a future thing, like maybe next year.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, believe me, like I learned how to do. Like I created my first model this past week, and was successful, but wasn't complicated one, but stepping stones, right?
Yeah.
And I manipulated the heck out of a project I'm working on for someone at work, and I was able to successfully tear that model apart, trim it how I needed to, and put it back together to make the prints work. So I learned a lot this week when it came to it, but there's a learning curve to it.
I bet.
I had, even with the types of filament you use, like I have PLA, which is one of the more basics. Well, there's a matte PLA, and I was struggling with it. I finally figured out that I had to raise my temp and increase my flow rate, and I did it, and it's been successful 100%. But it took a little bit to figure it out. It's just a little nuance. I mean, very little nuances to adjust, but
it is the nice part of the very modern age is we can look things up, and if not get an immediate Google result, we can find a community to talk to.
There is, and there's a lot of good communities out there too. That's the key, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying I didn't go online to find, like, I went to the community I'm in to find out about the matte PLA, and there was it's a known issue, but there's like one or two people that are like, you just need to do this and it'll work perfect, and everybody's like, no, well, I'm gonna try it because I can't figure it out, and I tried it, and it worked perfect. So, and I took notes on it, so I have it for, to keep that, so I can always plug those numbers in to make my map PLA work.
That's
so,
nice.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you more about it. I think we're running out of screen time.
We are getting on in it. It is 10:17. If I recall correctly, your last roll before the recap was a circles test to find Rhoda.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but now you're asking them about her again.
Well, you said more on that later?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then we'll hold off.
You did find, let's see, I think I gave you the complication that it takes you time to find her.
Yeah.
But you did find her. And so, the other side of that complication is that there's good news and bad news. Which would you like first? She also lives in the Citadel.
Okay.
You want the good news?
I would.
Several times a week, and there's bad news with this good news. Several times a week, she comes out of the Citadel and out of the city and goes for a ride in the country.
With?
Guards.
Of?
Of what?
Whose guards?
Ah, that you would have to see yourself.
Okay.
Oh.
Guards.
That is interesting if I think what that means, but I don't know that because I'm not there to know that. But that puts a twist in a lot of things, does it not?
Perhaps. We are getting into the twist within a twist territory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Did I get any type of schedule just multiple times a week?
A few times. That's what you have been able to glean so far. You are able to observe the next time, perhaps.
Okay.
So, let's see. $75 days to get to Kata. I said 3 more days of you guys.
Hearing.
I want to say it was before that. There was 3 days.
There was 3 days of running into him.
3 days of canvassing the area for how to get into.
For finding House Adrian, that's right.
That's right.
Then we ran into him, and then we got to like the 5 days of
Or-
leprosy curing.
Finding out. And then. Okay. Plus 3 days of liver curing. And then. Okay, so here we are. 81 days after the beginning of the session. How time flies.
So for Dorota, I don't have any. Do I know who she's loyal to?
You know, she lives in the keep.
So they just said go look for a witch, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Or that's what Valthuria said.
Yep. And bring her to us.
That witch. Or just a witch.
A
They've
witch.
heard of a witch.
This is so the initial rumors of witch kind of
witch?
disintegrated, and so the lead that you thought you were on has fallen apart, and knowing your organization is like, well, I got to have some kind of result here. So it was kind of like serendipitous that I'm like, oh, I've heard of another witch. Oh, let me go chase that down. And so this is kind of where that's led.
Okay.
So, what do you want to do?
Well, how do you intend to accomplish your task?
My initial thought was poisons.
We were going to find a way to poison those within the keep, and worst case scenario, throw Crag at it.
Aerith we were going to get rid of their head cook. Aerith is going to become their head cook and poison all the food that we send throughout the Citadel. And they all go bad.
We're going to magically become
A cook. The cook. The server cook.
Duke? The Baron? Duke?
Of the city?
Yeah.
Prince?
Could it be Prince? You're going to magically become the Prince's cook.
Somehow.
I was not privy to that part of the plan.
Oh, oops. That's literally my response. Oh, oops. Cook? Can cook good. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah. Replacement cook when other cook. Right?
You do realize that you were just sent on a mission to infiltrate a keep and kill 2 noble families.
Yeah,
And not have a choice.
pretty
This
shitty.
is literally what wars are fought over.
I not have choice.
I'm welcome to alternative suggestions.
Maybe not killing a bunch of people.
I not have choice. Again, I say this. Yes, not have choice.
Maybe it's in the Crown's best interest to forge a strong alliance with Keita.
That's not what the issue is. They want power to not lose their spot.
So Keita becomes a vassal of the Crown through rigorous diplomacy. Ah, shit, that means I have to talk.
Maybe there's, well, okay, is the solution then that we get them to sign some kind of contractual thing to sign over their rights to sewer?
Man, I don't know. I'm
Again,
a cook.
wars.
No, how is that war? They're signing papers.
Why
that
would they
say-
sign them?
Well, okay, so they don't lose their heads?
To avoid.
How would they lose their heads?
Should I show you?
War!
Go get that guy over there. I show you how they lose head.
Don't kill that guy. I just cured him.
I mean, he needed to see how heads
We
are
cure
lost.
you of leprosy. You are dead now.
Would that be the shits?
Provided relief of your symptoms.
Yes.
The infection's still there.
Immediate relief.
Immediate relief.
I'm open to ideas, but I'm.
You're the one with a
We are in a pickle.
horde of orcs.
And yes, I got good warriors, but city, and they need to take care of the clan too. Maybe we find a bigger clan of orcs and get more orcs, and then
Again, war.
Or it's not necessarily bad.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what? So what do you want me to do with orcs? Send them in to kill them? That's war. And a lot of innocent people of city die that you call. Whereas we're just after the big house.
I'd prefer if the other orcs were not brought into this at all. If anything, the most I want done with those is bringing them with us to Cern and like negotiating an alliance, just like with the goblins, where they don't murder the orcs and the orcs don't murder them, and we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
That's a little tricky.
Sounds easier than this, actually.
Huh?
Sounds easier than this.
Yeah, but...
What you looking for?
Politics.
I don't know if that's a skill.
What is and isn't a skill may often surprise us.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
It's
know
not a
anything
skill.
about poisoning, but if you're going to try to poison a lot of people, you're going to need a lot of poison, and a lot of poison we do not have.
Well, you know.
You also need them all to drink the poison at the same time.
Hence the cook.
Look, I have a very reputable reputation
Of a good cook.
as a good cook. You realize if people hear how the gourmet heads into the Kata Citadel and suddenly the entire noble family dies of food poisoning, that's going to sully my reputation.
Yeah. Or the saint of life becomes the saint of death.
That
Maybe
too.
it's two different people. You in disguise, yes. Disguise have different names, yes.
But then, how does he get in if he doesn't have the reputation to go with it?
They start cooking under a different name quite rapidly.
I can do that.
So once
Okay.
head chef guys.
We'd like to spend, 3 to 6 years establishing his reputation as
So
a gourmand in the city?
Yeah. I'll open a bakery.
Okay.
Pastries plus.
Pastries plus. Go from there.
So we get them into the kitchen. Head chef goes away. Someone needs to cook the food. He just does it, and they award him, put him in the spot because he does good work, and they don't have to find anybody. And then all we need a bunch of.
Yes, let's instate him as the head cook. How long do we think that'll take?
I mean, I can go kill somebody and then no cook, right? He has to leave kitchen at some point, right?
I'm gonna ask this question.
Maybe there's a simpler solution.
Go on.
This Dorota you're looking for. Have you sure she's a witch? With your...
She's a person. We're looking for a person named Dorota.
Is she part of the royal family?
Don't know.
Maybe they do witchy stuff to them.
I assume not so.
She comes out of the castle regularly, semi-regularly. We can intercept her and perhaps strike some kind of deal in which she helps us into the Citadel.
How would you do that?
She has a way in.
True, she's a witch.
Is she a
I
witch?
mean, no, another person. She's another person. Completely normal person.
Observation.
Falsehood. It would just be against your will.
Okay.
What's your will?
7. Will observation.
I'm assuming that my character would know better, but you know.
Even still, as Aerith presses you on the topic, you would have to conceal this.
2.
Deception indicated. Leon is hiding something.
Is this Dorota a witch?
Might be.
Okay.
What will cause you to ask that specifically?
I think this is more like...
Because even though he keeps saying it's the witch has been out of our content of hearing every time he said it. Unless he actually let it slip that last time and you caught it.
I wouldn't have said witch.
Why do you keep offering me a sandwich?
Could you use more food?
Yeah, what is so special about this Dorota? I think that'll be the pressing matter. And we've got, like, several days that maybe it just slips out eventually. Like, fine. Stop talking to me, elf.
Maybe we go find this other group.
I would just keep saying that Belteria wants her.
Did you feel the falsehood?
I did!
So what would you like to let slip? What is special about this Dorota?
Do I have to let something slip, or you just know that I'm not telling the truth?
Or I can just know that you're not telling the truth.
Or not necessarily, not just the truth, but
Rather,
You're hiding something.
I'm hiding something.
there's an obfuscation.
Yeah, you can tell he's hiding something. There's
there-
significantly more to this than she's just a normal person.
Do you know what is so special about the Dorota? I know you like your secrets, but maybe you could confide in me sometime. I like to feel like we're a team. There's a chance that the fates are kind of aligning, bringing us both here on our separate missions.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
I don't know. Was I instructed not to tell anyone? Because I feel like
the instructions came through Veltheria, but she is in the Crown family, so they came from your organization, and your organization tends to be pretty tight-lipped.
yeah.
Like, you don't get your instructions from your supervisor, you get them either by cold drop dead drop, or you get handed them by someone that you've only seen like 1 or 2 times, and then you don't see them again for years. So each time you get instructions, it's very obtuse. So while
Valkyria said to bring her back.
You weren't told specifically not to tell anybody, however, in general, you're not supposed to tell anybody.
Yeah.
Understood. I shall keep with this plan to exclude Dorota and to simply get Crag to murder everybody in the keep.
That works.
You're happy with that?
I mean, if he can handle it, yeah.
I've learned not to doubt him.
You've seen me fight once.
And then I heard about this awesome story where you threw a javelin at Mach 4 and exploded the brains out of an orc great one. So badass and awesome that he had like 1,000,000 wives.
Mm-hmm. I like million. Yep. 1,000,000 wives. Just tell them half of their kids are trapped here. 1,000,000 wives run over this. Mama bears.
Okay.
Maybe we should surveil the castle.
Okay.
Comings and goings.
So you're going to surveil the castle. For how long?
Want to do it for a week?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't have any ulterior motives or anything.
That sounds exactly like what Leone would say.
Okay. Much wailing and gnashing of the teeth. Players decide to surveil
Surveil
castle for 10 days.
Maybe if we dig a ditch from the river to the castle, we can cause it to collapse.
Is that an actual idea? Or are you drunk on that ribbon again?
Yes, it's that.
I have a skill for that.
You do have a skill for that.
Uh-huh.
Ditch digging?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So anyways,
Start digging?
Let's do this one step at a time.
I can also push trees over.
Where are we? We're
Where are
5
we?
years later, Crag underground.
you're inside the city.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
If you want to monitor the citadel gates, let's see.
Food deliveries?
The citadel gate is on the western wall of the citadel. You see the keep within the citadel as the main part of the citadel walls. There are a lot of towers and turrets that rise off of the main central tower of the keep. Twice during the next 10 days on, let's see, let's pull up those days.
I know how we get in. Leon here has masterfully showed us his forging techniques previously. Maybe we have a summons.
That's not a bad idea.
That is not a bad idea.
So,
Crag has good ideas
Yeah, Crag-
more often than not.
Crag has good ideas. So, on Breath Day and on Rest Day, you see an entourage come out. Now, you see entourages coming in and out, several times a day, every day. But on the day, on those 2 days, you see someone. Well, you've seen Derota once before. You've been asking around her about her for a while, and just by coincidence at that time, someone was like, "Oh yeah, that's her right over there," and you saw her across a crowd. She is a very young lady, maybe 20, give or take a year or two.
Oh, Leon, she's a breeder.
She
So young and virile. Yes.
Fertile.
Yes, fertile. I mean, what?
Unless she's giving you the kids.
What?
I mean,
What are you searching for?
I'm concerned.
I'm looking at the wrong document. The thing about having a bunch of different ethnicities in the same setting is that you forget which ones look like what a lot. Okay. she has long black hair. Very, very long black hair. Thick hair, so it, like, she has it bound low, meaning, like, her hair is long, like, past her waist, and she has it bound together right under her rib cage, so right at about where her waist is. So it's like really thick and billowing, and then it comes together in a bunch, and then it keeps going after that. So that binding just kind of keeps it from going all over the place. Mm-hmm. And so she is on a riding horse, and she is accompanied by 10 armed guards. And they're all riding.
Does it look like she's a prisoner or she's a...
She's not a prisoner.
Okay.
The guards seem kind of creeped by her. So they're close to her because they have to protect her, but you can tell they don't want to get close. Mm-hmm. And so they ride off, and they seem to go straight west, and you would have to follow them to see where they're going, because there is a corner that they're going to turn. So it's up to you if you want to follow or not. But you spot them twice in this 10-day period. And is there anything else that you guys are going to be wanting to look for?
Deliveries? Is there a particular company, what have you, make deliveries?
Well, there are carts that go in and out. I mean,
some of the same people.
It's not
though.
like
a consistent person though, that
okay.
a daily or twice a week, like it's the same person.
That sounds like a OB2 perception test.
Mm-hmm. Without opening that, I have 4.
Okay. What do you want it to be?
Crag sees all.
I recognize the same guy multiple times.
Every other day.
And do I notice what he's bringing? Or is it just covered like in a wagon, can't see?
It's not so much that it's covered and you can't see, it's more that it's in boxes and you can't see. Wooden crates, baskets, all kinds of things. There are some that you can see, and there's everything from foodstuffs to bolts of fabric to just all kinds of various things.
That's the general supply guy.
No, him.
Mm-hmm.
With the bowl cut.
Mm-hmm. And the beard.
Yeah, those
on
do
top.
not go together.
I mean... Nah, whatever. Maybe he needs a hat. Maybe he needs a good cook.
Does he look malnourished?
No.
I think he's fine.
Maybe he needs a good healer.
Does he look dead?
It doesn't... Just
I think
because
he's
he
fine.
doesn't. Maybe his mama does.
Does he need a healer?
Yep.
Good.
Because you're going to hurt him.
No. Does he not know?
Well, that's an option. Oh.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure where you guys were going with
No.
that.
Either, like maybe like his mom or his daughter is sick or whatever.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
Let him sleep with the fishes, and then let's fish him back up and make him better. Hey, buddy, you want to sleep with the fishes again? I'm not going to use my magic for torture.
I won't do it. I'm not a baddie. I'm not a baddie. I'm not a baddie.
Don't you give me that.
We need to torture him?
No!
I mean,
I don't want to be whipped. I don't want to be whipped. I don't want to be whipped. I want to be whipped. I want to be whipped.
No.
I mean, torture's always the best way to get
No.
information.
No.
It says so right
No.
here. Always the best way.
I'm gonna, like, one of these characters just gonna write a belief that says your belief is wrong.
I'm always right.
Have
You
you
ran
heard
that
of
way.
Have you heard of toll roulette?
No, I have, but no, we're not doing that. We're not doing the fingernails either.
No, fingernails, minor. Toll roulette's better.
How about I just make a polite offer? Say, hey, do you need a healer?
Maybe we just track him a little bit first.
Because following him home is not a red flag. Right, have I had time to rework my disguise?
I assume you did that, so it's
Okay.
just OBE at this point.
OBE?
Overcome by events.
Okay. John Delivery Man, one of the times he comes out from the keep, is it possible to intercept him somewhere on the road? Like, before he gets, like, too far. And not intercept with Crag. Just, like, polite, meeting a guy on the street.
While he's riding in a wagon.
It's on the street.
Yeah, Are you gonna be trotting next to him? Are you gonna, like, stand in front of the wagon? Like, how are you gonna stop him?
At a street
With
fight.
my posse of ex-lepers.
Okay. Like a shakedown.
No. More like
You
a...
didn't bring Craig to a shakedown?
More like a... We happen to be on the street he's going down, and I have my new acquaintances shed some of their filthy rags. Like, we're cured! The saint! They can heal anything!
So you have a fan club now.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Sure.
That's called property.
No!
Bro.
The corruption of Aerith starts. First the whip, now the property.
What
No.
if there's a game? Well, anyways.
No! Don't you bring that up. Man, where's this campaign going? What am I doing with my life?
I don't know.
I wanted to open a bakery.
It's $4.99 on Steam or itch.io.
Or free if you just go to the website.
Anyways.
What kind of role even is this? The posse display.
We'll say that the posse stops him somehow, and you have your chance to waylay him. And he's like, get out of the way! I've got places to go. I've got deliveries. Get out!
Sorry, I'm just... Have you anyone
Do these guys work for you? Can you get them to move on?
No, these are... Well, they're my former patients. I've cured them of their terrible illness.
That's great. So, get them out of my way?
Can you guys move?
All right.
And you don't need treatment or anyone you know? You don't need a healer?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Good
That's
day.
fucking useless. Okay, Crag, get him.
Okay.
Not that way.
What's Crag gonna do?
What do you mean get?
You said follow him home.
Oh, yeah, I just kind of... I mean, it'll be... Because I'm sure his cart goes faster than Craig. But as long as Craig can kind of keep to see where he goes. And
Are you stealthily following him?
as much as a giant leopard does.
I would say... Ooh.
And it doesn't have to be all at once, because I will lose him, but I kind of know slowly pick up his route, because it's every other day, so I just wait for him at that point, and then move on, and then wait for him at that point.
So you're working carefully.
Yeah.
Okay. You may make your stealthy roll. Or, let's see. What would that be based on?
Not stealth, because...
I happen to just having Leon forge papers.
Speed.
speed.
Alright, you might off.
Ooh. Okay.
Where's Leon going?
Yeah, and you can
We're just observing.
remember you're taking your working carefully die.
Yeah, I added
Chase
one.
after your girlfriend?
Oh shit.
Ooh, I might open that 1-6.
You might need to. What's the total?
So far I'm at 3.
How many dice did you initially roll?
4.
It's a difficult test. Did you roll speed or stealthy?
Speed.
Okay, then it's a challenging test.
But I need to get...
6.
I'll reroll the trader. Yeah, I got 3.
He spots you on the first day and gives it a whip, and you can spot him at the last point that you saw him that first time.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, he seems to be taking a different route each day, both in and out.
Why not,
I lost him.
forge an invitation?
That is a good idea.
It was Craig's idea.
Who are we going to see?
Someone within the Citadel.
How about that we were summoned? That was
Yeah.
my idea.
Summons, invitation, similar.
I...
The person that you want to meet. Now you get 6 birds and 4 stones. And they lead you right to her. Oh.
But I don't know if she will be amenable.
One way to find out. Go say hi.
You're not wrong. See what I can do. Try to whip up some false papers.
Okay.
I mean,
There's a small problem.
Yeah,
You only know half of her name.
yeah.
Would you like to try and find out the rest of her name?
Maybe your friends know. She has a reputation. Maybe guard.
Would they have reputation? Would the reputation be tied to her name though?
is the third twist that her last name is Variadran?
Mm-hmm.
Would I do that to you?
Yes. Can we say that in any more unison?
That was perfect. You know, we've got like...
I guess that's what I'll be working on too. Well, Crag tries to follow the delivery driver.
Give me a roll of how you are getting somebody to give you that information.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Perhaps simply by your insistent observation, a perception test might eventually pick up, like, one of her escorts, calling her Lady Bolia or whatever her last name is. It's a stretch, but
Just overhearing
Yeah.
the guards talking.
to her or about her in her presence. Or people in the crowd going,
We can
Ah,
force
that's
that,
her.
maybe.
we're not doing the torture.
I didn't say word torture, but if they're trying to protect her, she rides, we know where, and someone starts looking like they're going to jet out there, they might call out to her in her last name to stop her, to get her to turn, to protect her.
Like a wild leper with a javelin
I mean,
running into the street.
and then I'd have to find a place to get out of sight rapidly, because I would be maybe marked and need disguise change.
Hey, look at me. That's what I do.
I'm looking at you for the same reason that I would be looking at any of you, is that I sometimes forget to say some things, but at the same time, you guys don't ask. So if I say, oh yeah, and you also see, then it kind of gives things away. And so if I don't say it,
Does she only
and you
ride
don't
the
ask,
guards?
that means you don't notice until you ask.
Does she only ride with the guards?
Does she only arrive with the guards?
Only ride with the guards? Or is she ever accompanied by an additional figure?
Ah! No. Only with the guards.
And they always stayed back away from her.
They're in like a ring around her.
Maybe that not work so well then, because they're close enough that.
May I make a common sense roll for you to enlighten me about what I should be asking
Nope.
about? That's so cruel.
Yep.
Why do you even mention that?
Because you asked me why am I looking at you, and so I answered your question.
Maybe we track those guards to the pub they go to, buy them a bunch of drinks. A bunch of drinks.
Crag has all kinds of ideas.
And then they spill the beans over drinking and cards. And a leg of turkey?
Looks like I'm going to have to brush up on my drinking.
I drink.
Looks like I'm gonna have to brush up
Well,
on
I
my
can't go.
gambling.
It might not fit in the door.
And you're a leper. And I don't think you speak a Clendon, because the two languages that you hear getting spoken here
Nope.
are not Marin. Actually,
Okay.
really it all kind of sounds similar. So
Yeah.
you recognize some of it as things that you would hear some of the soldiers in Surin saying.
Or green skin. Wow, 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 wow.
But,
Yeah.
Do you and me want to loosen up some guards?
Right. Guess we'll have to find out when they get off and find out where they're going.
Very well, I guess now we're stalking the guards.
okay.
You've exhausted like 15 different ideas. We're gonna get there eventually.
Yeah, eventually you'll get
2
there.
sessions.
Yep.
Generously.
Speaking of which, it is 11:02. You guys want to keep going for another hour? Or?
I'm good.
How hard can it be to liquor up a couple guards? Don't look at the wall like that.
All right.
Liquor up. I know where that comment was going.
So I'm just going to point out also that on... So this is kind of foreign for Crag when he came down from the mountains. This is so basic and assumed that it isn't even noteworthy to Leon, and this is noteworthy in a contrast for Aerith. For Crag, women are property among all the orcs that Crag has ever met. For Aerith, humans on the on the eastern side of the mountains tend to have a more gender segregation of roles. For Leon, it is so basically obvious that pretty much anyone can do anything, that, like, sex is not a discriminator for who can do what, because why would it be?
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the guards are men and some of the guards are women. Just throwing that out there.
Interesting.
So, you do note that, and I'll give you this, when you see Deirota go out those 2 times over this week, it's with the same guards.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll say 6 men and 4 women, because it would be a little too easy if it was 5 and 5. So you do spot some of them coming out of the Citadel every now and then, and they are walking.
Okay. We would like to see where they go.
Stealthy, unless you're trying to pal up with them early.
Can I be instead inconspicuous?
Yes, that would be fine.
What a fantastic idea.
I am slightly inconspicuous.
When you say slightly, you mean 1 success.
I mean 1 success.
Okay. So we'll say that they don't have observation, but they would have perception, and they would roll it. So, whoop! Again.
Under your chair.
Thank you. I see it.
Remember, like, one week it was me dropping all the dice. Now
Carry on. Carry on.
I've transferred the curse.
Right. So I need 2 successes to see you. I have 4 successes. Out of 4. That is
Remarkable.
yeah.
But do they understand what he's doing? They can see somebody.
So you do follow them to a pub, but as soon as you come in, you walk in the door thinking you're being all, like, discreet, and 3 of them abruptly grab you and slam you against the wall.
Huh.
What are you following us for?
Huh. I didn't mean no harm.
What are you following us for?
Actually, I was looking to learn a little bit more about the person whom you protect.
Why?
I come from a merchant family, and I happen to be doing business with some wealthy individuals to the east. I was looking for contacts out here, and I happen to know that that's not the right notebook. That
You picked the wrong girl for any kind of arrangement like that. You best steer clear.
I apologize. I heard she was had connections with a merchant father.
No. You need to go.
Came all this way for nothing then.
Don't let me see you again.
Can you unhand me?
Yeah. Go on.
Thank you.
So how things go?
I will leave.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just outside because I was gonna go with him. I was gonna let him lead, but he's just kind of like Snatched right in the door, so I stayed outside. I'm like,
Ah.
awkward.
Yes, they would like to not let me. They would like to not see me again. But they think I was looking for mercantile contact.
Is that what they think, or is that what you wanted them to think?
That's what I wanted them to think.
Okay.
I mean, if you would like to make a falsehood test, you're welcome to. I'll let it ride. I'm going to give it to you, but if you're looking for a test, I'll
No,
give it to
that's
you.
fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because falsehood's not going to go up unless you test it.
It's okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's got like a million years of practice time, and social has a 1 month turnaround.
It does.
Are we giving up on...
Or maybe I'm just not a good liar.
That's okay, you like lying to me.
I didn't lie.
You just withheld.
Lying by omission is a form of lying. Are we giving up on this plan, or do you want me to like go in and buy everyone
If you would like to go in, have free.
Okay,
I'll wait there.
I'll go in.
Okay.
Buying a round of drinks.
For everyone in the bar.
How busy is it?
It's
On a
fairly-
scale of 4 to 70.
On a scale of 4 to 70, it's going to be 41.
Sounds...
On a scale of 4 to 1,000, what'll it be?
On a scale of 4 to 1,000, it will be 561.
Oh, well.
So, 41 patrons. It's not bad.
Quite the resources test you'd like to settle yourself up for.
Well, Crag keeps trying to get me into more and more debt.
Crag Rich.
Crag Rich.
For Craig.
Let's say that's an obstacle 3 resources test to buy around for the entire patronage of the pub. Well, no, because this is not a pub. This is a tavern. There is a big difference in this day and age.
May I get assistance?
Mm-hmm. Craig is.
Because what we in real life, what we call it
Sure.
a pub now is more like a tavern back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obstacle 3.
Are you getting help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6 dice, 5 fate, and a dream. And no whipping. He's not getting the same.
You have succeeded in your obstacle 3 test. Congratulations.
So with resources 1, that's a challenging test, is it not?
It is indeed.
Yeah. That's a routine for me. Which I still need it for. Since I am using this test as a guise to gather information, would greater successes here benefit me?
I'll give you a +1 die to...
I'll open that.
Okay.
4 out of 3.
Sure. Okay. +1 die for your next test that's linked to this.
Yeah. Awesome.
You become a local. It takes a month?
Yeah.
Still waiting for another. We need
Maybe
we need winter clothes. We need skins to make the winter clothes.
We keep finding distractions, as we do. Okay, what kind of skill would I use now? What would be appropriate? I don't think there's a specific rousing skill.
What are you trying to do?
I suppose kind of socialize. Hang out, with all the patronage, maybe pairs at a time. Ultimately, work my way to these guards and get them boozed up to such a state that they are able to just slip information about their, I guess, their charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that sounds like a succession of inconspicuous, drinking, persuasion.
Okay. And I get a bonus die to my next test, which is inconspicuous,
Uh-huh.
which is will,
Yep.
and for fate in a dream.
And they would be rolling perception, since they do not have observation.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7.
Okay, so you get a +2 on your next test for drinking.
Okay. Drinking is fort.
So is theirs.
Okay. And I get +2. So I'm rolling 7 dice. 4. How can you work now?
Okay, so you get +1 die, because you beat them by 1. Yikes.
Need to log tests.
And now,
Yes.
What was the next one? It was
Persuasion.
inconspicuous, drinking, and then persuasion.
uh-huh.
So I have 5 in persuasion. I get a +1 die. I don't think I should fork in etiquette. I don't think that's appropriate here. I have seduction. You know, this is getting close to them. This is getting them to
Reader.
loosen up,
Peter.
get comfortable, spill their lips. I'm turning into a horror by the moment. Let's go.
Dun dun dun.
We all had dreams. This is persuasion?
Yes. I have
You need 2 more.
4 fate, a persona, and a dream. Fate. Fate 2 to reroll traitor. So
Okay.
up to 3. We're up to persona. Ow! No! No!
Well, I know what you're doing tonight.
We're up to 3 successes out of 4. Is that what you threw it at me?
Yep.
And their inebriation doesn't lower their will.
That took the form of you getting extra dice on your test.
I don't need a routine persuasion.
Well, so what do you two want to do for the rest of tonight? Because you lose sight of Aerith as he goes in the door.
I wasn't there at all because, right?
So what does Crag want to do?
I'm stuck in house. Maybe I get arrested. Intentionally.
As we pick up with
I stay put for now.
Okay.
Crag's misadventure.
Yeah, and you're in disguise this whole time in the house.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's the tough part because I can't go anywhere outside of my disguise.
And you need to bathe in a closed room.
Is there a closed room in here?
Yeah, there's a closed room. It's a house. There are rooms. Especially in a fantasy setting. There are, in a historically accurate house, there might not be too many rooms, but this is a fantasy setting. So
when I go into the tub room, I will go with Shield, and Shield will bar door.
Yeah. The other thing is, you have to. No one's going to get the water for you So it's still you going to the well, you heating the water, unless you want to take a cold bath. Which, I mean, it's early autumn by this point, so it's still relatively warm-ish, especially this far south. Up to you.
I don't like cold bath. That's not the first time. I go get water. I heat water. I take bath.
Okay.
I get back in disguise.
Okay.
I eat a pickle and a turkey leg. And wait for the others to return.
Okay.
With work on plan B, C, D, and Z.
Yeah.
I think we're on H.
Well, I don't know.
Alright. So, anything that you guys are doing for the rest of the night? Because Aerith is going to wake up the next morning.
Are there any windows in the pub?
Yeah, there are windows in the pub.
If
Tavern.
after a little bit of time goes by, we'll say half an hour to an hour, if I can check out what's going on inside, if you may.
Okay.
Trying to stay away from the view of the guards, but just trying to get a check on Aerith, and basically, if I can do that, if I can get a quick glimpse, every half an hour. If after like 3 hours it's him just schmoozing up the bar, I'm probably going home for the night.
So, Aerith is drunk, and he's very friendly with one of the guards.
Did you use seduction
rather-
on that one roll?
Yes.
Like, I wanted every dice I can
This
get.
is the thing.
I should have
like,
added falsehood.
You
but
you guys use seduction, and then you wonder why it goes the way it goes.
Yeah, I know. Like, who would have
mean,
thought?
I'm not
I'm
surprised.
gonna go to the house.
Once you mod a game
Where-
with a sex mod, it is at that point a sex game. Okay, so that's just the way. Once you bring in the mods,
once the gates are open.
Once the gates are open, the stain is there. So you are getting stained tonight, sir.
There's no other way you could have worded that.
Pickled?
No, that's what the orcs.
You want me to word it a different way?
No.
Okay.
Proceed.
So you see Aerith in the works of being taken advantage of.
Time to go get Garth.
Garth?
Make a perception test.
Did he do this to himself?
Who's Garth, by the way?
Crag. 1, 2.
Okay. It occurs to you that in the process of the young lady with which Aerith is being so cozy with, in the process of her taking off Aerith's clothing, she's going to realize he's not a human.
Don't kill her.
Just throwing that out there. What to do.
You're the one that failed.
Where's the
You're the one
lantern?
that failed.
Where's the lantern? Oh.
Where's the what?
Where's the lantern?
You're gonna start a fire? You're committing arson.
It's happening.
Okay.
Oh, Greg's missing
You can
it!
commit arson, that's fine.
I told you, city burning down! How close are all these houses
Look,
together?
let's be clear, okay? Leone has approximately one half option at any given time to save himself.
Yeah.
Okay, this is trying to save someone else.
That's
He
very nice of
has
you.
less.
So I'm going to set this at a obstacle 3 for a house for arson based on perception or agility.
To
Set a fire.
the set of fire. Okay.
But, let's see. Arson. Tools, yes, expendable. What tools do you have? This is why you asked for the lantern?
Yes.
Do you have a lantern in your inventory?
I would not otherwise be carrying the lantern on me.
Sounds like you need a scavenging test.
That's why I said, is there a lantern nearby? That's on. That would otherwise be hanging up outside because it's dark out. Or are there torches lit out in the street? How are the streets
Okay,
lit?
sure.
You know, I'm just curious.
If you really don't want a scavenging test,
I
all
can
right.
scavenge.
Well, I mean, it's...
Fail the scavenge.
I mean... A test does so many things. One, you get to advance by it. But two, you're gonna fail. And then
This story.
Aerith loses his virginity again. Like,
Again,
there's...
it can't happen twice.
It depends on your interpretation. Anyways,
True. Okay,
Up to
let's
you.
scavenge.
up to you. Obstacle 2 for a common household item.
I see 2.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's not scavenging, though.
Oh, it's perception?
That's perception.
That sounds like an obstacle 4 with a 2 out of.
So that's a 2.
Okay, you find a lantern that is lit to light the streets, but as you are hoisting it off the pole, you hear a, "Hey, you!" So you get a speed test to outrun the watchman. So you run from the police.
As I run from the police.
What an exciting night. You know, so much shit has happened in just the last 2 sessions,
Obstacle 3.
and we've gotten nothing done.
I have the 4 successes to run from the po-po.
That's my blood.
That's what I'm talking about.
Run on your skinny chicken legs.
Yeah!
Okay, you outrun the watchman. You now have an obstacle 3 arson test. Do you have arson?
I don't.
Sounds like you have an obstacle 6. Perception or agility test.
May I closet something?
Yeah.
He got a lantern? Is that correct?
Yes.
May I suggest that a lantern is a superior tool for arson because they're usually oil-fueled, and that is very combustible.
Fair.
So like a
Plus one die.
bonus.
Fate point.
Yeah! Up to 4, I
And
need
you've
it.
had a lot of good ideas this evening, so you take a fate point too.
Question.
Yeah.
Is there another door here?
Yeah.
Other than the front door?
Yeah.
Is it near the bar?
So as you circle around, you go through an alley and circle around back. It's not near the bar. There's a kitchen, presumably in the back, and so there's a back door. Through the kitchen, you also find a side door that is close to a set of stairs as you peek in.
Is there a window near the bar?
Sure.
I aim for the bar.
Okay.
Oh.
So you're throwing the lantern through the window at the bar to... Yep, okay.
If I don't start a fire, that's okay. It's gonna start something. Maybe a commotion. That's cool.
I will
Doesn't have to be a fire.
give you an additional +1 die for targeting the bar.
And this
Obstacle
is
Agility or perception.
perception. Guess who can level perception with failures? I mean agility with failures.
F1.
That's cocked as all up get out. That's also a 1. Oh man. We got a 2.
I mean, hey, you were a third of the way there.
We got a 2. I'm not opening that.
interesting, but I...
It's a patron instead.
Oh, it gets better
Doesn't
than that.
even get through the window.
So you give it the wind up and the pitch as you like overhand lob it, but you release too early and the iron rim of the bottom of the lantern bounces off the top of the frame of the window, not even contacting the glass pane, and the lantern rebounds off and breaks on the stone foundation of the building on the other side of the alleyway and spreads burning oil on your right leg and foot. And you're able to put it out, but you do have a light wound.
Yes.
Is the other building on fire now?
The other building is not on fire. I mean, the oil is still burning, but it's not burning enough that it's gonna, like, set anything off. Well,
It's oil. It burns hot. It's dry wood. It's been a drought.
It has been a drought.
It has been a drought.
Hold on. Let's just put this question at ease, right? As this questionable grade fire is burning, is there anything else in the vicinity that I can add to it?
There might be some old bottles from trash being taken out.
Some crates.
Okay.
Plenty. Are you going to get...
Yeah.
You are going to start the fire.
Is there another rock? Is there a rock around? Is there other debris around?
There are stone... Yeah.
It goes through the window.
Okay.
So I got 2 buildings on fire.
Question. What did you do with all that ridden you had?
Would you have it on your person?
No, I wouldn't. I would have a flask. No.
Okay.
Unless...
Would you have a flask on you?
Would I have a flask on me of shitty liquor?
It's
Probably
surprisingly not shitty.
Oh, is it surprising?
It's surprising. If you would like...
After 70 days, if I didn't take off with any of it in my wagon, I've been out here for 3 months. I don't think I have any
That's
left.
true.
There you
Were you thinking about using it as, like, tools to aid deals and stuff, or were you thinking about it in terms of this job sucks and I'm going to hide from that in the bottle?
I was using it as increasing contacts and ins and outs for the
Tools.
smuggling network.
So, presumably you still have some in your wagon.
Okay. I would have left with a cask or so, we'll say.
So
Whatever.
there would be enough for you to have a flask. The question is, would you have a flask with you?
Okay. Then the answer is yes.
Okay. So you can find a rag, wrap it around a stone or something, or a piece of what's left of the lantern,
Yeah.
and
Go outside.
soak
Shoot
it,
for number 2.
soak it in ridden, and throw it through the window.
Quick break.
Quick break.
Quick break.
Tally gotta go.
Tally gotta go.
This is rapidly escalated by a character that I did not expect to escalate things.
Yeah, Crag's pretty mild-mannered, you know.
When he feels like it.
So every time that you tell him not to kill something, he doesn't kill it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, he's a remarkably civil orc. And he's so gracious to share his questionable turkey leg and questionable pickle with you every time.
Have you ever played the game Arcanum of Steamwork and Magic Obscura?
No.
Okay.
Why?
It's fantastic.
Okay.
First off.
Okay.
One character in it is an orc.
Okay.
And it's kind of like a novelty because this orc is like, entrusted to work at a tea shop. And you can talk to him about tea, and he's like, "Oh, tea good, me love tea." But if you bring up specific teas, he lets it slip that he's actually very intelligent. Who would drink that Earl Grey muck? I mean, Earl Grey bad.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. It's a very fun game besides that. It's, well, first off, it's made by the same developers that did Fallout New Vegas.
Ah, ha, ha. Okay.
If you choose to be a mage, you can take necromancy and learn a extremely specific spell to raise the spirits of the dead and talk to them, and every NPC has unique dialogue for that.
Oh.
It goes that deep.
I believe it.
It's absurd.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's probably the reason they went bankrupt, is putting all their money on that game.
Hi, Tally.
Hi, Tally.
Arf. Arf.
Good girl.
Tally.
Arf.
I wonder how much it is. Maybe I'll buy you it for Christmas.
Indeed.
I know you haven't played Morrowind yet, but it's the thought that counts.
I have not. I am distracting myself from reality with Fallout 4 these days. Again,
Oh.
primarily. I'm also procrastinating all the work I should be doing with Fallout 4 these days.
Arcanum is only $6 off sale.
What is?
Arcanum, it's a video game. It's
I'll grab it tonight. Just tell me the link. Just
I can send you a Discord.
yeah.
I'll tell you
Okay.
afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, so you are oiling up some hard object that you've wrapped in a rag that you found and setting it alight and winging it through the window.
A
Yep.
second time.
Second time.
A flaming discus, if you
Flaming
will.
discus.
All right?
A hot rock.
Okay, so this time it goes through the window and
We have 2 buildings on fire?
yep. So it smashes. It actually clips a mug out of the hand of one of the patrons, and it zings over the bar and breaks a few bottles, and a fire quickly erupts.
My job here is done. I run to. I'm across the street.
Okay, there's this
Keeping, like-
mass exodus
Yeah.
of people, and screaming and yelling, and Aerith somehow gets hustled out.
Wait, what's going on? Oh dear. Fire! Fire!
The obvious.
Oh no!
That's hot.
Fire! Fire!
I'm trying to remember in Monty Python and the Holy Grail when Lancelot saves what's his name from the
From all the
from all the
from the Castle of Nymphs
yeah.
by killing all of them.
No, not from by killing all of them. He saves them from a certain I forget. But anyways, yeah. Would have been funny if I could remember, but I can't. So it's dead. So I'm assuming that you're gonna see Aerith and
Unless
carry him off.
Unless the guards are otherwise around him, I will try to get his attention and get out of there.
where do you want this to go? You could go with the guard. You can go with Leone.
Can I,
Where do you want to wake up in the morning?
in a second, intuit where the guards might go?
They're probably going back into the Citadel.
We're trying to get into the Citadel. I've done nothing. I have a date. It'd be very rude to...
Oh boy.
No. But we're in danger, and my friends need me.
But you're drunk.
I will scream something in Irish and run off into the night to find my leper house to reconvene with my friends and make sure they're okay.
Okay, so you break contact. You see Aerith break contact
Okay.
and stumble off in approximately the correct direction.
It's on the west side, and I'm going left. That's left. That's west.
Ish.
You make it back to the leper house significantly sooner than Aerith does, but nonetheless, in enough time before the night is done, Aerith wanders through the door.
You know, if they take your clothes off, they'll know you're an elf.
Didn't they already know that?
No.
Oh. My bad.
In a house full of people.
Then I'll just, succumb to the inebriation and fall asleep there on that note.
Alright.
My bad.
Did we learn anything?
No.
Maybe if Aerith had put out a little more, then you might have learned something, but...
Do I hear a lot of bells going off?
Say it again?
Do I hear some bells going off?
You do.
Maybe I need to go investigate.
It's a fire.
What? I hear a story in this.
The tavern that Aerith was in lit on fire.
Just following.
It was
You're asleep.
a band of
To
hooligans.
see if he can...
How did the guard drinking go? They drank?
They didn't appreciate my presence. Aerith got them drunk and then tried to start cooking something and caught the whole place ablaze.
Master chef at work.
Can't take him anywhere.
See, this is why we need to insert him into the Citadel as Master Chef. He burns the place down.
You're not wrong. That might be a good idea at this point.
Conspicuous, and guards. Out. Aerith
Let's
tries,
be clear, Leone is barely
See.
hanging in there.
Carousing and seducing.
buys round resources for tavern.
Is Leon's... Do I notice Leon's burnt clothes?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His burnt clothes and leg. Yeah.
Singed.
It looks like
Yeah.
it hurts a little.
So by tomorrow, you'll be fine by tomorrow night.
Yeah,
You've
but
got that
it's-
-1 die for
Yeah.
the rest of it. Inconspicuous.
I
Guy
just,
close to
Caught the pit of
cards.
my leg on fire. I was near the ball when it
Get
happened.
them drunk.
So you don't know who she is
Persuasion.
yet.
Fork.
Do you learn anything?
Seduction.
I didn't learn anything to know other than I tried to say, hey,
Nation. Fail.
get in with her guards, drink a little bit, and
Aerith
make introductions. Said I was a fellow merchant.
Vetted by guard.
They said she was not the one at all, and
Leone.
said they would. They threatened my life basically if they saw
So
me
she's
again,
not
so,
with the merchant person that lives there. She's with the other that lives there then?
I don't know who she's with, but what I am saying is that the gods didn't want me to have anything to do with her, even on a purely mercantile basis.
Intervenes.
She got a whole other night phone
Attempts arson.
Commits arson.
Attempts arson.
You're right.
arson.
Attempts.
But injures self.
Well,
Second attempt.
technically successful arson.
He did arson something.
Did
Twice.
arson something.
Auto arson.
Causes commotion, and Aerith gets away from a moist doom.
So, I did, divine, 11 sessions too late. A great, better name for a group. The Bloody Circus. And we're the main act.
A bloody circus.
Was it just the male guards there?
There was 2 chicks and 6 dudes.
6 and 4.
There was 4 chicks and 6 dudes.
So they all were there. They're gonna have to find a new tavern.
Yeah, they will. Moist Doom, Aerith finds way back to house. As does Leon. Leon burned light wood. Plus 1 day.
Victory!
Alright, what are you guys doing? Maybe we'll pick that up next time. It's 11:44, unless you guys want to have something
need
that you
to
want
think.
to do today.
No, I need
Heal.
to think about what.
Okay,
Nope.
81,
Heal.
91.
Heal.
You don't.
been
You
a
don't
total-
notice my leg. Don't. I didn't. I wasn't near fire at all.
It's been a total of 92 days in
Oh
this session.
man. Woo!
So, where it was at the beginning of the session, where it was the 66th day of summer, it is now the 68th day of autumn. Long night is coming close for you and
Oh.
Pocket.
Again?
Again?
Is that every week or I mean every month or every
Every
year? That again?
Yeah!
What happened to the year?
You guys travel and get lost and decide to take over tribes and forget that you need to heal when you sent your healer ahead and decide, I need winter clothes, so I should make them, and then
Instead of
ruin them as you're making them, and then find a place to buy them.
Jade.
Oh, my stars and daughters.
2 and 1?
My stars and daughters.
Please, 2
what,
and 1, yes, of course.
what is this saying from?
It's from, well, I don't know where it's originally from, but I got it from Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh god.
It's a Bullwinkle. Just like
Bullwinkle.
Oh Fiddlesticks and Oh Buttermilk.
Ooh, buttermilk. Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah? Hey folks, thanks for joining us on session 9. I hope that maybe a few things were at least a little bit amusing.
We had fun.
Yeah.
Someone had fun. And that's what matters.